What is going on, everybody? Ooh, my mic is hitting some very high levels. Why is that? Anyway, as it's probably going to settle down. It's hitting very high levels. 1 second, everybody. There we go. Oh, nope, still doing it. That's weird. Okay. All right. Well, that's better. I guess I just got to lower it a lot. I don't know what happened there. But everybody, what is going on? I'm here with the one and only Ozzy Jr.
What's happening, bro? Glad to be back.
Yes.
Less than a week.
You're a part of the team now.
I am. It's like an early signing, pre-spring training signing.
Yes, 100%. That's what it's like. So what is going on, everybody? Thank you for everybody in the chat. And yes, guys, we are watching a game. Let's hope YouTube doesn't try to kill us here. But we do got the game here live. Ozzy, you're going to know more about this than me. I know Cano is out there. The Dominicans have, you said, won. Are they going for their third in a row?
They're going for their third in a row. The last time they did it was from 1997 till 1999. So they are trying to repeat for the third time. They've actually won it 5 times while they're hosting in the DR. So a very, very, very big favorite to win this series.
So we have a little bit of history here we're watching.
Oh, correct. You're having a lot of history. And then also the two favorites are coming out to play head-to-head right off the bat. So one of the favorites is going to have an L. So that makes it a lot more interesting because even today, Venezuela took an L to, I just went blank, to Colombia, and Panama beat Puerto Rico. So
Panama walked off. Didn't they
two upsets in the walk-off. So there's been 2 upsets as of right now. So again, 2 upsets and the two biggest names in the tournament going up. It's going to be a tournament that is going to be unpredictable, and we probably not see Dominican might win it or not.
Wow, so very interesting. So right off the bat, like Ozzy said, we have a very, very big game, which is definitely pretty interesting off the bat. But I'm excited to see. Does Mexico have any of the major league regulars on the team?
They have a mix of players. When they look at it, I'm trying to see. They got Alvarez in right field. Mexico has a mix. Again, you have to see if the rosters, everyone suits up for the tournament. So teams that were in the regular season look very different. They look very, very different in the tournament.
Right.
But I know that the Venezuelan team again. It was loaded with a couple big leaguers, former big leaguers, and again, the Dominican Republic is actually loaded with guys that should have been playing Major League Baseball this season, but we're not for suspension reasons.
Oh my goodness! So isn't they got? I know they have. And guys, I'm sorry, I did fix my mic. I clicked the button when I was probably doing all this stuff, and I took it off. So now it should be much better. Didn't they have? I know they got Cano. Cano's playing. Ozuna's playing.
Correct. So they got Cano and Ozuna. Okay, so right off the bat there's two guys that are suspended. So,
so that's how Dominicans are rolling.
Play ball.
Dominicans are looking. Hey, they said, look, if we can't play in the majors, that's all right. We're gonna win here.
Hey, it is what it is. And again, a lot of guys are getting ready for that season. And again, they're both probably coming off the suspension as of right now. So, it's going to be interesting for both of them because again, both players that I think can provide a lot to the big leagues. In a big league team. And again, they're coming off of, the suspension, which is ironically bad for teams in the US, but very helpful. And it's a big pop up there from Jose Serie.
Yeah, I saw that first little pop up there of the game. Guys, this is interesting. Look, we got some baseball. And look, it's good baseball too. That's the thing. That's what people got to understand. I mean, this is good. This is good, solid baseball you're watching.
So I think that there's always bitching about baseball and there's too many shifts. And baseball's changing and they don't play enough small ball. And we want to see, games with more swagger and bat flipping. Well, you're describing the Caribbean series. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think MLB Network is a disgrace for not airing this. And,
I was
going
to say that. They're letting ESPN get the reins on this one, which is kind of surprising to me.
Well, ESPN, obviously in Latin America, everyone's watching this tournament. Again, everyone roots for their home team to win it. In Venezuela, the Navegantes del Magallanes are the team that made it. But then once the tournament starts, this is like a little prequel to what became the WBC.
Yeah, that's right.
Where every country, Puerto Rico started that trend in the 90s. There's that famous picture of of literally future Hall of Famers and guys that should have been in the Hall of Fame had it, had it not been busted for things.
Right.
Everyone was taking a suit up team. And that was like the thing in the 90s. And again, the Caribbean Series is a big honor. But I think now with technology and the way that, you can watch games everywhere, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I remember having to, in 2004, having to pay ESPN, like one of those restaurants, like the ESPN have the Zone, I think it's be called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ESPN Zone.
And I had to pay a guy that worked there to like figure out a way to like show the game, even though it was like this is 2004,
right.
Pre-technology, pre a lot of stuff. So, but again, I think it's great baseball. I got to go to the last Caribbean Series I went to was 3 years ago. My brother Austin got to manage in the Caribbean Series.
Oh wow!
The first Colombia got to represent, be in the Caribbean Series. So he was the first manager to represent Colombia. So I actually got to manage a Caribbean Series before my father ever did. And again, that's a huge deal because again, you grew up watching these teams. That's bragging rights, man.
Of course, no, that's definitely big. And the WBC was something, and it's obviously going to come back, I believe. I think it's 2023 is the next WBC.
The next WBC, it is 2023. That's what they're shooting for. Again, the WBC is if you can find the right mix, and they've been trying to do that. They've had a lot of success with it. It brings in a lot of money for the league. But again, I think that it's more for the fans that are outside of the United States. It's a huge for us, just like the Caribbean Series. I think that the North American fans are getting caught up. And again, I think that that's how you expand the game of baseball. You look for baseball fans in other parts of the world, and then you bring other parts of the game that are being played all over to the United States. That's how you grow the game. You don't grow the game in a different way. But again, those are things that people, sometimes Major League Baseball kind of drops the ball on.
Oh, man, he took a bad route on that one. Going around, it's going to be a triple. He's not going to go home, is he? Nah, slide in triple there. Wow, who was that? That's DR, of course. That wasn't Ozuna, was it?
I think that, no, that was not Ozuna. That a little heavy running, but it's funny. This is the second time in the game that I've seen while watching the games that I've seen somebody take a bad route.
Yeah.
Earlier in the Colombia game, Altudillo's first single was because a guy took the worst route in history of mankind, and it was a blue right there. Again, guys are not used to the stadium. The lights might be a little dim. Center fielder having a little problems there. That was a horrible route. Oh boy.
I was going to say that ball should have been caught. That ball definitely should have been caught.
Looks like Kareem Garcia there.
Yeah, Kareem Garcia, man, you're bringing back Yankee, Red Sox, Pedro Martinez memories.
Remember Kareem Garcia? Was it Kareem Garcia and Jeff Nelson jumped that fan in Boston in the bullpen?
Yeah, in the bullpen. And then Kareem Garcia, he wanted to go after Pedro bad, man.
Yes.
Kareem didn't play. So Kareem Garcia, he had a career in Latin America after the majors, didn't he?
Correct. And again, these are the leagues where they go and play. And again, Mexico has a summer league, which is growing. Ozzy's been, working with the teams, with two teams there actually in the summer. And again, that's where we saw Major League Baseball basically say that it's okay for them to sign free agents, even though they're locked out. So guys are going to be able to go play there, get paid, and go and keep playing. But again, that's that summer league. And then this is a winter league. So big time Cano, it's a pretty good lineup. 1 out, runner on third. This is like where Cano makes his money. This is where Cano makes it, and that's it right there. Foul ball.
I tell you what, we were talking about this today during the Designated Spitters podcast. We recorded a little early for everybody in there. We were talking about the Hall of Fame, and Robbie Cano's kind of in that same boat, isn't he? Of a lot of these other guys. I mean, this guy is no doubt about it. You look at the stats; it's one of the greatest second basemen of all time. I mean, if you really look at it.
If Robinson Cano was not juicing beforehand,
right,
he's an idiot for juicing after he got paid.
Correct.
Okay, because I think I don't care how big your ego is. If you've already gotten paid, man, don't risk.
Don't do
it.
And
again, it's that greed. Maybe it was that feel that he was going for the Hall of Fame. But I think him being a Yankee, he had not been linked to the steroid. He was kind of one of those guys that was in that team other than Jeter. Because you got Posada had dropped off the ballot. Bernie didn't do too well.
Right.
So like from those championship teams, he was that guy that you're like, oh, this guy's a fit because other guys had been linked to it. Again, then he gets popped in New York. I still have this theory It's a conspiracy theory. I'm not gonna lie.
I like him. Why not? Let's hear it.
I think Cohen started doing an investigation on what player he can get dirt on.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it. Who knows?
And,
He got it. Let's be honest.
Salary.
Let's be honest. He got enough money to do it.
I'm just saying, though, I just think that, ironically, he's got to pay Cano all this money, and all of a sudden, Cano gets popped.
That's true. You never know.
Again, I don't know. I read that. I don't even know if he was the owner at the time. But that's just one of those theories that I read about somewhere in the internet going down the rabbit hole.
Oh, that's gonna bring the running. Ground ball to second base brings the running.
Again, that's fundamental clean baseball.
Hey, Ozzy, if the Yankees did that a little more this year, and players in general, laid off a little bit on that 2-strike and moved runners over, moved the ball over, does what Cano just did, got a better chance of winning ball games.
I've always said this, okay? RBIs, when you look at the RBIs and the guys that are in the Hall of Fame, not all those RBIs were for game winners.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
They might remember you for game winners, but that's not how you win games. And that's how you make money, though. That RBI there is helping your team out. And again, you're doing your job. You're getting high fives when you come in. No better feeling than getting yourself out when you get an RBI in or you move the runner over, because
I'm about to break out my Spanish and start announcing this game.
You're gonna broadcast it. You're gonna bring it. Here comes one of the biggest sensations, though. For the tournament, and again, one of those guys that brings the fire to the Caribbean series. One of those guys, when Cano, just being able to just see him play, I'm sure it's a thrill for these fans in the DR, because again, had he not been popped, I don't think that he's playing.
Right, definitely. And Ozuna's up now.
Kelvin Gutierrez, I believe.
Oh, Kelvin Gutierrez, Baltimore Orioles, right?
Baltimore Orioles.
Good little player, good glove, very good glove. Plays all over the field.
But again, a good opportunity for him to blow up and become an everyday big league player. Again, if you're playing for Baltimore, man, you got to take it as it goes. Like, that's an opportunity for you to go out and actually get paid.
No doubt.
And make money and get paid. I don't think when you're playing, you realize how bad your team is, especially if you're trying to, get paid and make a lot of money.
Yeah. Hirsch said in the comments, "Oh, Pete, you speak Spanish?" No, I don't fully speak Spanish. I should be ashamed of myself. I've been with my fiance for about almost 14 years now. And yeah, she is full Dominican. I do not speak Spanish fully. I definitely understand more. So
I'm the opposite of you. My wife does not speak any Spanish. So
how was that like? It's never. I mean, it's never an issue.
I feel bad for her. I don't think it's ever an issue for me. I feel bad for her because, she has to deal with all my family speaking around her. So that's her problem. Well, and that's not, that's her issue. That's if they're talking about her, she got no choice.
Right. Right.
I think the Dominican also have the home field advantage a lot. They're playing in front of their home crowd.
That's right.
So again, they really
every game is what is it? Lone Depot Park? Is that correct?
It's the one Managerial Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I know. I've seen it. I've been there before.
And man, this is the Mexican.
Here's Marcell. Here's the big man.
The Mexican team is having a really, really bad defensive first inning, and giving this team more chances than they need. And now Marcell Ozuna's up.
Mr. Selfie's up.
Marcell's a great player, and I still don't get the neon and all the players wearing the neon with their uniforms.
Mr. Selfie, right? Isn't he Mr. Selfie right there?
Mr. Selfie. You know what? I don't mind him doing it. I think it's something that was funny when they won. I think that it's like escalating, what he did the other day with behind the plate. Again, I think it's funny because again, I'm not. As when I watch it as a fan, I don't think if the other team's okay with it, I have no problem with it. But I can see how that can rub people the wrong way. Again, if you love him, I think that one of the reasons that actually that team did better is because he wasn't on the Braves. But that's just
could be. Could be the Braves.
It made it a better team.
There it goes. That's going to be down for a base hit, another hit.
I think it made him a better team. I'm not gonna lie. I think that it made them a way better team.
The Braves. What a story.
He's looked great, man. He's looked very, very good at the at-bats that he's had in the Dominican.
Right.
Okay. That base hit is up the middle. So if you're the Braves, you're liking everything that you see, meaning he's healthy, he's swinging it well. If he can keep himself out of trouble, I know things are better at home.
Yeah.
They posted a family picture on Instagram. During
Is he'll be back. He'll be ready for spring, right? He's back from suspension, or is he still?
I don't know, like, what his legal term is, but I believe that he is. I think that he's not suspended anymore.
I thought so too.
Which is not the case for Trevor Bauer.
Correct.
So again, I think the charges were dropped, or they're dealing with it. The retroactive suspension, obviously, he's covered enough days and enough time that he's done it. So, it's 2 times. Like, you get suspended and then the team suspended him. So not only was he suspended for his domestic violence, but they get to retroactive that. So he'll get to play right off the bat. And again, I think the hardest part is probably for him is getting into the clubhouse, facing his teammates and kind of like making it natural, and then dealing with the fans. A lot of fans might judge him a little differently.
Oh, big time.
But I think that's the hardest part. And obviously, other than your family and at home, when you're dealing with a situation like that, once they welcome you back and you feel comfortable, he'll get back to playing. But I think that's the biggest embarrassment. Everyone knows what you did. Yep. And it's like you get in trouble in front of the whole world. So I think that's the most embarrassing part. He's gonna get booed when he goes to the stadium. Once you get past that, I think that you get to deal with it a little bit better.
And by all means, guys, too, everybody in the chat, go ahead and share this. Subscribe to the page if you are not. We just passed 7,000 subscribers today, so I'm extremely grateful. We are very happy, guys. We are looking to really expand NyynewsTV very, very far this year. As there's another. Oh, they got him. Got him on the play at second base there. Nice little diving play there.
Good play again. The bad defense and then saved by really, really good defense. Again, 1 inning right off the bat versus the Dominican team. You're coming off scot-free. Okay, it was a very good play. On the whole little flip. Again, the league's gonna be running all that. I love how Marcell Ozuna. You can see the passion of him just asking for the replay. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Get in.
That Braves team. How many years did your father play for the Braves?
My father played 2 years with the Braves. 1 year they made it to the National League Championship Series, and then 1 year we took a trip to New York, and they were in the World Series. I don't think that they played much in the World Series.
Yeah,
it was a sweep. It was a
sweep, easy.
You know what? It wasn't. So this is a part that was a heartbreaking part from a sweet standpoint. Okay, they were like ahead in every game, like early on. It felt like they were in it.
Yeah.
So that's why it's more painful. But I got to experience it in old Yankee Stadium, which is probably one of the coolest things ever to be there in a World Series.
I'll tell you what, man. I've said this for a very long time, and I'll continue to say it. I feel very, very bad for the fans that will never get to experience old Yankee Stadium.
I don't feel bad.
Really?
Not bad.
I mean, let's be honest.
I feel lucky.
No,
I feel lucky that I was there.
Did it.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
I feel bad.
That stadium never should have left.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I don't buy into. I buy into good teams.
Correct.
But going to New York, and I've been there for a World Series when they won and a World Series when they lost it.
Right.
When you used to walk into Yankee Stadium,
it's different, man.
Old Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Even guys that were there for their first couple times, especially if you played in the league that wasn't playing them all the time. Your aura and the fans and everyone's so close to you that it brought an extra pressure, I think, on teams to do well in New York. Again, this is also during the time when, George Steinbrenner and the Evil Empire and they're back. And it was just a very, from my
glory days.
I'm just saying it was just a very hard place to play. I think I grew up around the game, and every time I was in New York, I was always like, I'm at the one of the cathedrals, okay? And you see, and the reason I say that is because you see players come out, and if you're in Seattle, dude, you don't see nobody coming out to center field and taking pictures. You don't see people. Right. You don't see people taking, saying, oh yeah, I want to, hey, go buy me a program because I want to have a program of the first game that I played in Yankee Stadium. You don't see guys doing that when they go to Cleveland, okay? You see that type of thing when guys go to New York.
Of course.
Okay. Guys go to Times Square for the first time type of thing. But you used to get that aura of like, you're in Yankee Stadium, like this is hardcore.
Yep.
That being said, I think that they lost that when they went to the new stadium.
No doubt. Look.
I think that intimidating factor, I think that
it's gone.
It's another stadium. it's still New York, but it's not like, it's just more of like, oh, the place that used to be really cool. Like you don't feel that the stadium's beautiful, but you don't feel that like, oh man, you know,
not at all.
We're here. I don't think they have that. And I think that that's something that, you know, we'll see if they don't win in a long time that could have affected them.
I think it is. I mean, look, the first year they come out, 2009 they win. We know that. But the new stadium, there's a major feel difference compared to old Yankee Stadium. And on top of it, too, one of the things you got to remember is the fans are different. The fans are very, very different than old Yankee Stadium. You know, now you want to sit up close, anywhere up close. It's a vacation for most families. You know, it's an expensive place to be to watch a ball game. I know, you know, there's a lot of, I go to Camden Yards a lot. It's a little closer for me. Go to Camden Yards a lot every now and then, and I tell you, the experience of Camden Yards now compared to even new Yankee Stadium, I'm just like, I don't know, you know, old Yankee Stadium, you would say, yeah, old Yankee Stadium wins by far. But even a place like Camden Yards, got the open field, it's beautiful, it's a beautiful park to watch baseball. You feel like you're close no matter where you sit. It's just a very nice way to watch baseball, and I agree with you in the sense that I think old Yankee Stadium lost a lot of that aura.
No, I think that it again, when you're looking at the stadium for the first time when I went in, I expected so much, okay, from them. The first time I went there, I couldn't walk into half of the places because it was locked, like it was like a special club. You needed a ticket to get into that area.
Yeah.
And then I had the experience actually because Jerry Reinsdorf was actually not at one of the games when he was supposed to be, and they had tickets in their VIP lounge, and I got to experience that, and I was like, damn. You know, this is other level stuff.
Right.
But then I know the cost of those tickets, and it's like, you know, like a hardcore fan is not going to be sitting behind a plate. Before, you know, when you were in old Yankee Stadium, the fans that were around, it was just, you know, there was a lot of money there, but it was a lot of fans that were season ticket holders.
Correct.
You know, a lot of like everything was closer. A lot of people were there. It was less corporate. I like to say it.
That's the best way to put it. You're right.
It's less corporate. Now it's more of like a corporate event. But I think they definitely lost that, you know, that you go and play Yankee Stadium, you kind of get that, you know, dirty feel. And again, I even said this, like even the Mets place, like, you know, the old Shea to the new Shea.
Yeah.
New Shea is great, but it's not the same. Like it was like, you know, again, but Yankee Stadium is that and more, meaning it's a lot. And again, I think that's changed. They wanted to build that. And I think it would have been great. The size of it was like a place that you go once a week and you do it. But when you have a baseball game is like, it's 82 games. It's like a place that you want to be able to just go and like just grind it out, because that fan base that you're really going to go to and rock it out are those hardcore fans. You know, I think if you get to like 10 games now, you're like, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, I think that feels changed, and we'll see. And again, they wanted to make more money so they can sign bigger contracts. Again, they wanted to compete in the market for big name guys, and that's what they had to do. And again, I think that's one of the things that hurts versus helps. But I definitely miss old Yankee Stadium. And again, I think that in these Caribbean series, that's the feel that you get, because for a lot of these young players that haven't experienced that big leagues, you know, some of these games are going to be a little bit more intense than some big league games, because some big league games, you know, you're so out of it, meaning it's not so intense that you're like you'll play with less pressure pretty much.
Yep. And for a lot of the Yankee fans obviously in here, and we do have a Yankee in this series, as Albert Abreu does play for Team Dominican Republic, of course, relief pitcher for the Yankees. A lot of people got a little tired of Abreu, but Abreu had some really big moments for the Yankees this year. Throws very hard, big slider. Reminds me actually a little of Jonathan Loaizaga, who is likely a future closer for the Yankees.
Yankee fans, I think, just got tired of everything in New York this year.
It's been a tough time. And look, we are spoiled fans. I'll be honest. If you grew up in the 90s, you're a spoiled Yankee fan. We all know it. We all know. We got spoiled by George. We got spoiled by winning. Baseball's a lot more competitive now, too. So it does make winning back-to-back championships a little difficult. But it was a tough year this year, Ozzy. I'm telling you, man. It was really tough as a Yankee fan. I feel like I spent most of my season going live and doing rants because I was just fed up watching what I was seeing. And it was hard.
I think they try to follow their same formula, okay, of signing, doing a lot of homegrown guys, okay? Yeah. They worked for them great in the 90s.
Yep.
Something that they had failed in the 80s to do, and
Well,
they
they built
tried
the
it.
whole core, but they built around that core.
Correct, but I think now like they kind of went away from it because their core wasn't good. Okay, so they gave up on Didi early. So I think that they went outside and tried to buy free agents, but you bought free agents just like you did in the 80s with no core.
Right.
So, health's been a big factor for them. But again, like the core, was a very good core. It's like you got Andy Pettit, got to start the game. You got a guy to close the game. You got a shortstop.
We also had what I believe, maybe you'll agree with me. I don't know if you agree with me on this one. I think Jorge Posada is one of the most underrated catchers of all time.
So he is. So I think that Jorge Posada should have been a longer ballot. But again,
no doubt about
you have that core. Like you knew like where guys were going to be. So then you have to fill in. Like if you ask me right now, what's the Yankees starting lineup? I can go with like 7 different ones. And again, that's something that makes it hard when you're going in for a full season. It's harder than if you're in a tournament. Like one of the hardest things right now for this Caribbean series, okay, is that there's no analytics. So like if you're applying analytics right now, you're full of shit.
They're just playing baseball, man.
I'm saying that you're full of shit. Like if you got analytics right now, like you might have a feel for like where a guy goes, but you don't have 700 at bats.
Right.
Versus somebody, you just came from a different league. So you're not analytical. You're like, So that's one big challenge here. And that's great when you're playing a small tournament, but when you're playing a full season, you want to get some consistency. And that's where I think that they're lacking that. I think that the Rays were the worst, best things that happened to them, to baseball, because a lot of people want to imitate them.
That's right.
And for the first time ever, a lot of teams would imitate the Yankees. Now they're imitating someone else.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the most dangerous thing ever. And when you look at it, again, I think that when you look at it, and people don't realize that, is that when you're looking at what people do as a team, you still got to have the fundamentals: defense, pitching, hitting. Let's add everything on top of that. Yeah. I think that some teams have gone the other way. Let's get as many runs as we can. Let's do this, but they don't think about any of the other factors that they have.
Right.
So they've built like on one side of the fence. Again, when you're looking at, even in this Caribbean series, guys usually score when there's like an error or there's a pass ball or we're just seeing it happening right there. Like, it's just the reality of it. So that's, if you play really bad baseball, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, and I know a lot of teams are doing this now, but there's some team. See, I always say this about the Yankees. And, guys, by all means, please, everybody in the chat, go ahead and share this. It looks like the chat is continuing to go. There's a hit down the line to left field. What do we got now? First in.
It's a tie game, baby.
Oh, he scored. Oh, look at that. Quickly tie game. Guys, you might be seeing Albert Abreu win this one soon.
That means you jump ahead and it's a tie game. And again, I don't think this starter's going to
no, I don't think he's gonna last
a complete game. I don't think they're gonna extend it. But again, it didn't have to do too much. That base hit got you. So they scored 2 runs here. Okay, pass ball. Okay, runners on second, base hit, guy comes in. Again, the Dominican team scored and I'm moving the runner over. Okay, after a big hit. So again, you're producing runs. It's very hard, man. It's very hard. And in Chicago, we're kind of becoming addicted to it as well. It's very hard going deep 3, 4, 5 times, especially in big games, especially in a playoff game. Like when I look back at the history of playoff games, there's not a lot of games where you say, 7 guys went back to back to back. Like doesn't happen.
No.
So you have to learn how to produce those runs. And I think that's why there's teams that are successful. And that's why there's teams that are struggling. They're becoming, they're becoming their own cannibal. They're eating themselves out of wins because they're too aggressive.
Yeah. And like I was saying before Mexico lit up the scoreboard there, we got a 1-1 game after 1. The thing that I'm seeing and that the Yankees have the best of, which I think this is what's bothering fans for the Yankees, and I can tell you this off the bat, and everybody in the comment section here would definitely agree with me, is the New York Yankees are a big market club trying to run with a small market feel. And you just can't do that. So the Dodgers do a good job of, they say, okay, we'll develop our guys, but when there's the best guy available, we'll also get them too.
Yeah.
So we got the best of both worlds. I think what's pissing Yankee fans off now is that even now, we got a shortstop available. Carlos Correa's out there. He's been a thorn in our side. Years ago, George Steinbrenner would have said, he's ours. You guys could sit back. He'll be a Yankee. There's no doubt about it. You don't got to worry about it. They run things a little differently now. And Yankee fans are saying, look, their top prospect's Anthony Volpe. Their other top prospect is Oswaldo Peraza. They're both Oswald Peraza. Sorry, they're both right around there being close to being ready for the major leagues. We don't want a stopgap. We don't want a Andrelton Simmons right now.
Yeah.
Correa's available. We need that spark on this team. We need to be villains again. Aaron Judge, no matter how good he is, Ozzy, he can't be a villain. You know Giancarlo Stanton very well. Giancarlo Stanton can't be a villain. They're not villains.
Well, the biggest villain on that team was who? Gardner? Like 100 years old.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, we don't have that guy anymore where it's like you look at the team and you go, yeah, teams don't like them. The Yankees have become like a likable team with some. Aaron Judge is almost the face of baseball. It's like, it's weird. You can't dislike him, even on other clubs. Carlos Correa, you can hate him all day, and he loves it.
So I think this is a problem, okay? And this is where you're like, where am I going with my plan? Okay, and the part that's very hard to do in certain cases is because where's my plan going? So the issue with the issue with the Yankees and a lot of teams, I'm not saying the Yankees, the White Sox are also this to blame.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks their window now is like 10 years. Like we'll be able to compete, and we're going to be doing that because there's been teams that have done it.
Right.
So you have prospects. Again, prospects are like hot girls. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this.
No,
like,
you're not.
From women.
Not on this network, Ozzy.
No. I'm saying from just women judging me and saying, Ozzy Jr., you're a horrible human.
They'll be all right.
I'm a great dad. But like hot girls, I want to say even guys, like the guy that says most likely to succeed. It's usually the people that doesn't succeed when you graduate high school. The hottest girl in your high school is probably not the hottest girl in the reunion.
Correct.
Okay?
That's right.
It's probably you didn't peak in high school.
Yep.
So your prospects are not all going to make it.
That's
okay?
Right.
So if you can make a move that's going to get your team to win that year, you make that move. You don't say, well, I'm not going to make this move because I got this guy who's a kid that comes out of the Yankees? They always put pictures of him that looks like the Incredible Hulk.
Oh, Jasson Dominguez.
Looks like he's 38.
Yeah. He's a tank.
I'm gonna go.
I just want to stop you right there. I want to tell you something about that real quick. I told the story about your father. That your father, I think you guys had it on one of your previous show. He was talking about when Miguel Cabrera came up and Ozzy was like, he's not going to be a shortstop. There's no way this guy's going to be a shortstop. So Jasson Dominguez, they're like, this guy's going to be a center fielder. He's this. I'm like, this kid is 17 years old and he's a tank. What do you think he's going to be when he's 21? He's going to be huge. There's no way he's moving around the field like that. Maybe you're right.
Playing center field in the Caribbean Series, for example, 3 games, if you're that big, that's fine. Miguel was doing it at, playing different positions. When you got to play 162 games in one position and Jasson Dominguez has to run to center field 8 times from the dugout, that's what people don't count, okay?
Right.
You have to run from the dugout to the position to get ready. And you're probably his best asset is his bat.
Yep.
So you want him to get more powerful. You want him to gain weight. You meaning like this kid looks like he's the Incredible Hulk already.
He is gigantic.
He's not even 25 years old. So guys, as you get older, you don't need to be a scout or an analytics to know this or a genius. You're basically going to gain weight. So he's not going to be a center fielder unless, man, this guy gets on a strict diet. Mike Trout. He looks like Mike Trout now. Like Mike Trout.
Exactly. Now he does.
That's the part where, again, is he going to – I think Yankee fans are going to hate me for this. He looks too good to be good in the minors.
Ozzy, you are not saying nothing that I haven't said, that I haven't personally said. I said it right now.
I'm worried about him. I'm worried about him because his hype is huge.
You can't live up to it, though. They're comparing this kid to Mickey Mantle. You can't live up to that. It's not fair.
First of all, he doesn't drink like Mickey. I know that much already.
No, definitely not. So definitely doesn't drink like Mickey.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. But I'm talking about, is he a ball player? Again, when you're looking at players, can this kid play ball? How old is this kid, man? How old is he?
He is 18 years old now.
Okay, he's 18 years old.
He's an A-ball. He's an A-ball, so God bless him.
He played A-ball. Okay, he played A-ball. Okay.
Horrible base running, messed up on the bases a ton. You could tell he's very raw. Very raw.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So he's 18. He's that big. He's an A-ball. Okay? Do the Yankees have a center fielder right now?
No, unless you believe in Aaron Hicks, which none of us do. So go ahead.
Okay, so if he was this good, he'd be in the big leagues already.
Could be, yeah, at that age.
He's not Miguel Cabrera.
Manny Machado, 19 years old.
That's what I'm saying, though. So is he going to be good later? So right off the bat, right there, he can't be compared to any of those guys. Andrew Jones, he's maybe later. Maybe
and you can't say
I'll let you tell me Nelson. I'll let you say Nelson Cruz, Big Papi. You know, this kid's going to take 9 years to develop. Great. That's awesome. But if you're talking about this season and this move, can he help me now? So if a team comes out and says, hey, I want to trade this Dominguez kid, I make the move. I don't know why general managers.
I've said it too, man.
Ozzy used to say this all the time. I don't care about my farm system. And people used to say, oh my God, I might not be here.
His thought was, we're playing this year. I want to win this year.
And this is why I love the Caribbean Series tournament. Is you're playing to win now.
Yeah.
That's how winter ball is. Twitter, I call it like the glorified Tampa, for example. Oh, we're the greatest minor league system in Major League Baseball for the past 5 years in a row. How many rings do you have?
Exactly.
I know the Yankees have 27 rings. I don't know how many times they've won minor league organization of the year. I'm sure they have before because no one cares about that.
No.
Only some guy is writing a blog about future players in the minor leagues that you think are going to be great because you're selling it.
That was a nasty curveball, by the way.
Of course, teams always say that your prospects are great because, again, they're going to want to sell that.
Of course.
So you got to see the kids play and let them develop. So, again, you have to let them play. Again, so he's 18, okay, and he's a stud, and he's in single A. Why didn't he play winter ball?
Don't know.
So if he's such a stud, and he's Dominican, right?
Yeah.
Well, go play Dominican, go play ball. Miguel Cabrera was hitting number 3, okay, at 17 for a team that won a three-peat in the tournament that we're playing right now.
Unbelievable.
That they won a three-peat in Venezuela. They won like three championships in 5 years, something like that. Miguel was the number 3 hitter for that.
Wow.
So he had played at that point. He was 16, 17, 18. So you're destroying your – if this guy was in single A and was like just destroyed it, you're like, man, okay, he's got to move up.
Yeah.
But he's a normal player. But again, you get caught up in the selling and what you're going to do. So when in that end, I think that's something that, you know, you're going to take some time to develop. Yes. You know, Latino players tend to develop a little bit later, most, you know, in the numbers, correct. But you cannot live in the right, like, you got to live in the right now. Like, legitimately. You cannot be, and especially if you're in a place like, you know, that New York that wants to win. Again, Boston's doing really good. But I think in baseball, I think that you try to go for it now. I think if you're planning, unless you have a 10, 15-year contract, I have no idea why in hell you would not try to win now and you're planning for the future.
It makes no sense for me, especially when you got guys like Aaron Judge, for an example, who is coming due. I mean, you got to pay this guy all this money. You know what I mean? You want to be able to build. They need to build a club around this guy. And for me, when it comes to the Yankees, you got a guy out there available like Carlos Correa. I don't understand how you pass up on that. You got Freddie Freeman, who maybe you could steal from the Braves. A lot of people think he just goes back to the Braves, but the Yankees have no first baseman. They got no shortstop. They don't got no center fielder. Ozzy,
so who are you building around?
I'm fed up with Gary Sanchez. I think Gary Sanchez is.
But Gary's already Gary's already a guy that's going to fill. Like, who is the guy that you're going to? This is when the White Sox, at least they have hope because they see, okay, we got Pantera, Robert, we got Tim Anderson, we got Eloy Jimenez.
Yeah,
guys are all under 30.
Core.
We got Michael Kopech,
Giolito.
So you got guys that are young enough that you say, okay, these guys are going to be here for X amount of time in their development pretty well.
Yep.
Gary's at least what's Gary?
Gary's Gary's at the edge. I mean, this is last year, so at the end of the
day,
he's a free agent. You're not building around Gary no more.
Correct. So you're not building around him anymore. So are you building around Giancarlo?
Well, that's the problem. The Yankees are building around a hopeful group of prospects that they feel will come up at the same time and be great, and that's the issue. Because that's the issue.
I don't like. And this is where something that people, you know, need to think about. I don't like the Stanton Judge combo.
Yeah.
I think they're great in separate teams, but I think in the same team, I think for a winning team, they get pitched a lot alike. they're both very good players. But again, you have to realize on how you're going to win. And again, how are you going to win the game? Guys are playing right here. We're looking at good baseball. And when I'm watching good baseball, that's what I want. So like, how is the pitcher reacting on the mound? When there are runners in scoring position, how's a player hitting and taking an approach when he does have the winning run at third or the winning run at second, and there's only 2 outs and he's in a 0-2 count or 2-0 count. Like what are those approaches? That's the stuff that I watch more for development than this guy hit exit velocity. My least favorite thing, man, is when they say that ball was going 145 miles per hour. And I'm like, was he out?
Yeah, that's what Ozzy. There was a day, I think it was on ESPN, right? Oh, I was like, I'm cracked. I'm saying, what is wrong? What are we doing in baseball, right? Giancarlo Stanton came up. He hit the hardest ground ball you'll ever see, right? I think it was like 122 miles. It was like one of the fastest in the StatCast era. It was a double play. Who cares?
So I'll give you this much. I don't know how infielders today are much better. So I shagged balls for everybody in as a bad boy. Right. Did it all the way till I was like 19, almost 20 years old.
Ozzy did it all, by the way, everybody. If you guys don't know, I mean, you got.
Oh, I've gone from line boy, bat boy to MLB broadcasters to scouts. So I've done a lot. I've done a lot in this game other than playing minor leagues. I've done a lot other than playing, but which I played a little bit in college.
Well, that means you could be you could get back in the game and manage.
Oh, I could totally manage in the big leagues. Am I going to be good? Probably not, but in the game, I can manage a game. Like I will. I've been around long enough that I won't mess it up in the sense that I know the right moves. I might shit my pants and freak out and do a Dusty Baker and do the wrong move, which I think that's what it's all about. Not getting scared when you have to make the right move. Yeah. But I'll give you an example. So Stanton's up and he's in the cage and I'm in the outfield. So when Stanton would hit, I would get away from the infield.
I don't blame you.
And the ball in the outfield, just ground ball to left field, was coming at a speed of like a harder than hitting a regular ball from any big leaguer in the infield. Okay, this ball was like, so the ball comes like in a backspin, like you're gonna grab it and the ball's like, and I'm like, so we used to talk about, we're like, he's gonna kill an infielder. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, Stanton's gonna like cross up a ball like on a slow pitcher, and he's not gonna launch it enough. But it's gonna be like a ground ball where it's gonna be like a ground ball line drive, and someone's gonna be playing deep enough that they think they're gonna get it, and they're gonna get it in the net, and like the guy's gonna be hurt for a while because he's that powerful. But again, this is a big league, so what do? They shift him the right way. You're playing a lot deeper. You might put an extra batting glove on when Stanton's up. So yes, he is smoking the ball, okay. But there's guys there to catch it. I'm surprised that he doesn't have a lot more infield hits of guys like bobbling the ball. Okay, when he hits it because it's that fast. Yeah. Because he is that powerful. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, how effective is he as a hitter? He's the one thing that people need to realize right now about Giancarlo, and that's my boy. It's a very streaky hitter.
Very much.
So he'll go and have like a crazy month like he did at the end of the year last year.
Yeah.
And like carry a team for like 2 or 3 months. And then he'll struggle. Okay. And that's what the Yankees need to say, okay, we know this. Are you building around that? So like, even though like in the age of analytics, it's funny that they do that.
Oh God,
they don't think about stuff like that though. They don't think about
no, not at all.
Like, okay, we know that Giancarlo, like Luke Voit, if he's gonna be your first baseman, he'll be out in the DL at least once or twice.
Has to.
So you have to bring a backup first baseman. So I think that in baseball now, the teams that have the most depth, okay, and have the best solution on building a team are the teams that have a better chance to win. Because again, at the end of the day, you have to make the moves. No one's going out there and doing it day in and day out for 162 anymore. That's not how these guys are built. It's not the Cal Ripken era. Right. So I think when that being said, in that matter, I feel like they build like with, okay, we're going to win if everyone has a career year. You got to plan and say, do I have a good enough team? If these guys do what they're supposed to do, we're going to be competitive.
Right.
That's when good teams are good. Like you have a team that if everyone kind of just does what they're supposed to do with nothing special, like 20 home runs, 70 RBIs, if everybody kind of just does that, you have a pretty good team.
Yeah,
if
of
you're
course.
solid and healthy. But when you got these teams out there that you have to like, everyone's got to have a career year. I don't buy that. I don't think that
we talk. We talk a lot about roster construction and kind of what Major League Baseball is doing today with analytics and all this. I could tell you this right now. So I was with I went to there's a thing called, I don't know if you know about it, but the Italian Baseball American Foundation.
Is that the one like the Hall of Fame for the Italians?
It is similar to it, but they got like their own found. So they have dinners, they have galas and things like that where they'll give awards to players. So I was at one a few months ago. I went to one, and a lot of good guys were there. Trey Mancini was there. That's actually when you and your father on the last Guillen's World was talking about things that are like mandated for players. And one of the things that's mandated is that you get checked health-wise every year. Well, that's how Trey Mancini found out he had cancer.
Correct.
That's how it actually started, where he found out he had cancer. So that was an interesting point that you guys brought up. A lot of people don't know that. And that's why you cannot not tune in for Guillen's World, guys. Tuesdays at 7. Definitely tune into that. You're going to learn a lot. But that's what's happening in baseball now. Like, for an example, right? Aaron Boone was in the same room. And I said to my friend, he goes, "Oh, God, Pete, what are you going to say?" I said, "Look, I'm not going to do nothing." I was with Mike Rizzo, and I'm looking at Mike Rizzo, and when it ends, I said, "Mike, I got a bone to pick with Boone. I'm going to go talk to him." He goes, "Don't start no trouble." I said, "No, I'm not going to start no trouble. Of course, I'm going to go talk to him." So I go over to get ready to go, and Aaron Boone is gone already. I said, "Damn it, I missed it." Because here's what I wanted to say. Aaron, pleasure meeting you. I've been a big critic of you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I just need to know one thing. No way, with your knowledge and your background, that you made that wild card lineup. There's no way. That was a pure analytic thing. Your father wouldn't do this. I know for a fact he wouldn't.
Well, he just told me today. We were smoking a cigar before I came over to jump on the stream and watch this Caribbean game. Oh, he was like, if I was a White Sox manager, I try to find a leadoff guy. And I'm like, "You're nuts. You got Tim Anderson." Like, I would love to see Tim Anderson hitting 6. Well, whatever my lineup is, he's like, I would hit it the same lineup every day until somebody got hurt. He's like, because these guys need consistency.
Yeah.
But
see, that's my thing. Like, on the Yankee wild card lineup, they batted Anthony Rizzo leadoff. And here's my thing. I get the idea we can get him on base because he walks a lot. He has good at-bats. He does. He fouls off tons of pitches. He works pitchers. That's awesome. What is this idea now in baseball where analytics has taken over, where they kind of go away from speed at the top of an order, having guys that make contact? Now it's more of, well, either to get on base or to hit a homer. It's just an odd thing seeing guys like Kyle Schwarber leading off games and things like that. That's very strange to me. And I feel like we're losing that aspect of building a lineup in baseball.
You do that. If you don't have that ideal speed guy.
Right.
Okay. Type
quick inning for DR again.
Very, very quick inning, like one up. Mexico again. They took the tie, but it's gonna be a grind again. The DR Mexico he's keeping them off balance. Fastball, changeup. Marcell Ozuna's looking worse and worse in the outfield. It's never improved, but again, they made it look quick. But again, quick inning is the best thing you could do as a starter. And again, I think this is going to be a close one unless we see DR kind of blow up the bats. But going back to what we were talking about, your influence, you're going to let ownership and front office dictate your lineups when you're scared of getting fired. Okay.
There you go. That's right.
He's got a 3-year contract.
That's right. But at some point.
Well, I'm saying though, so right now, if that is true, okay, and if that is true, then you're gonna see a different Aaron Boone this year. Okay.
I hope I hope so.
Or you've gone away from something that you've known and you are really into the analytics and you think that this is going to work better, but you build your roster dictates your lineup. So again, when you overanalyze it and overdo it, you got to find some consistency of who's going to be what where. They love the Rizzo because he did it in Chicago. They did it in Chicago because they didn't have anybody.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
But you go off of, you go off of like what you need, because let's say you have Kenny Lofton on your team, so you're going to hit him 8.
Yeah.
And you got Juan Pierre on your team. So like you build around the players that you have. Like I'm going to be honest with you, like the Braves, they won this year and Acuna wasn't leading off when they got hot.
Yeah, that's right.
I would hit him third.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would hit him third. I would literally tell him and say, hey, we got to hit Acuna third, man. I want to see you drive the ball more. So I think that you have to see, and I think that's something that Ozzy, again, it was a different era, and I think he had different support, that he did it his way.
Mm-hmm.
And he was fired because they wanted him to do it a different way. I think that when you have that chip on your shoulder as a manager, you become better at your job. When you manage out of fear and you manage like you need this job, you're not a good manager.
Well, that's what I've hoped with Aaron Boone. I'm hoping that with this new contract, maybe there was some sort of talk there of, guys, I got to manage my club a little bit, because I've said this the longest time about Aaron Boone. Everybody knows it. I'm very
cursed, man. They got rid of a good manager. That team's soft, bro. That team's soft.
Which one? Who? The Yankees?
The Yankees are soft.
Oh, no question. No question.
I think that they're soft. Like their story with Girardi hurting people's feeling.
It's bullshit.
It's a soft team. I think it's a team that, again, I think that there's just a lot of softness around them.
Right. You're damn right there is.
And I think that Booney doesn't want to. Again, we were talking about this before. The world is very different.
Ozzy Cashman said he hired him more for being a therapist.
Correct, and that's again, and again, if you want to finish the same way and you kind of want to ride it out, then that's where you're going to be. But I feel like there's other teams that are hungrier, and I feel like you got two dogs inside you when you're playing baseball in any team. And it's like, what dog are you going to feed the most? And I think the dangerous part is like when we're talking a lot about the Yankees when it comes to that, this big Yankee thing, but it's like when Baltimore comes to play, it's like, we're going to sweep you. We're going to embarrass you. Okay. Because we know that we got really hard series against other better teams. So having that chip on your shoulder of like, we know we're good, but we're going to roll you. I think that's where Booney needs to be like harder and not let, because you're going to lose good. You're going to lose. This is the part you're going to realize. Like, you're going to lose well-played games. Like Mexico today, okay, top of the third, 1-1 game. They came behind already once. Okay, you usually don't change leads in a game three times is a lot. Okay, if a team takes, like if the DR right now in the top of the third and takes the lead, okay, the odds, again, analytics people. Odds-wise, it's harder for Mexico to come back.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't need to be an analytic. You could be go gamble. Look at the lines.
Right.
It'll tell you that. Okay. If the lead changes a couple times, your chances start decreasing. Like if Mexico gives the lead up 5 times, okay, the DR goes into the clubhouse, and let's say they get walked off in the last inning. That manager can't say, "Hey guys, we played a good game."
That's right. I agree.
Because they did it. You just lost to a team that gave up the lead 5 times.
That's right.
Okay, so you couldn't hold the lead. You let a team come back that gave up the lead 5 times, so you let them get back in the game that many times. That's you. But for Mexico, and you say, "Oh man, they grinded it out." They played a better game. But like, did they play a better game or did we give in? So that's when you have to judge, because there's going to be games that you play a perfect game, and then you get beat. You didn't lose the lead once, and you take it to the 8th and 9th inning, and you give a walk and then a home run, and then you're out. But those are the games you say, okay, we lost the right way. That's when people say we lost the right way. That's where you're going to lose those. So you can't be losing games that are in your hands. You can't be losing games that are just right there and offered for you to do great. That's acceptable.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to follow up on that conversation, because I definitely got something else to ask you when it comes to how Boone managed some of the year. But I want to say real quickly, thank you to everybody who was in here. It looks like we're about to pass almost 200 people in here. So guys, thank you so much.
Wow, that's awesome.
If you have not, please click on that subscribe button. Do that. Again, it is myself. Anybody new in here, if you are new in here, NYY News TV is the place to be at, especially if you're a Yankee fan. But the guy next to me, the cool thing about what we're doing now is Ozzy Guillen Jr., Ozzy Guillen, and then Onay Guillen do have a show which is really covering all of MLB, stories of the week, things about baseball, life, family, all that fun stuff. Tuesdays at 7 p.m. So NYY News TV really covers everything if you're a baseball fan, which is pretty damn awesome. And if you haven't caught the first episode of Guillen's World, go do that. You'll get a real feel of what the show is. I was laughing because your father, man, the thing you missed out on was him being a grandpa. I think that's the thing he's most proud of.
Oh, he loves it. He was wearing today a necklace that my daughter made. Again, if you watch the show and you're a Red Sox fan, don't cry. We go pretty hard on Big Papi. We filmed the show before he got inducted into the Hall of Fame. So again, I've said this, man. I make predictions. I've said guys are going to be amazing that end up being horseshit. I've said guys were going to be horseshit that end up being amazing. It's never personal. It's just an opinion. I'm very happy for Big Papi. I thought he was a Hall of Famer all along.
Yeah.
Regardless of what people think, I think there's a lot of guys that didn't make it that are Hall of Famers. Again, it's my opinion. It was never personal. It was just, again, when you hear it, people are going to be like, oh my God, these guys are idiots. They're talking about him not getting in. It was before, again. So when we had the episode on Tuesday, we're going to congratulate him. He's a great guy. He's great for the game. But again, I'm going to call a spade a spade. You know, everyone was associated to steroids. The nice guy got elected in, which is not his fault. Yep. But if I'm going to call a spade, if I have to give advice to my son, is like, hey, son, I can't tell you that steroids won't let you into the Hall of Fame. But if you do steroids and you're a dick, or you're a dick in general, your chances are less, are less likely to get in. So that's just the reality that we live in. And again, those are things that when you're looking at the game, and that's what you're going to get in being like. That's what you're going to get in Guillen's world. You're gonna get baseball. Again, you're going to get passion. You're going to get honesty. On our channel, people have asked all the time, like, oh, the channel, like, what are you guys doing there? We're building content. Again, we're going to be here on NYY News for the foreseeable future. We're going to build our audience, talk baseball, wanted to come to a baseball platform. We're going to, and then the Spanish stuff is going to be living in our YouTube channel. So if you want to hear more games and kind of small clips, everything's going to be fed in between the weeks. That's going to go in the news. But like the main events, the main show in English is there. And that's when we're going to kind of decompress and kind of just feed it up, because again, everything happens so much in baseball, but my goal is to get Ozzy's mindset on like managing, making moves, and going into those deep dives, because again, we've been doing a lot of stuff that covers here in Chicago. And again, the shows that we've done are shows that, are talking about stories, but, let's say there was a move in a Yankees game, for example. I want to ask him, and he tends to not want to like critiquing managers, because he says, you don't know the moves that he had around them, but I want him to get into those. I want him to get into those breaking downs and say,
it's interesting having a manager. I make a joke. I say, man, Brian Cashman hired Aaron Boone. I got Ozzie Guillen.
Everyone gets smarter.
We did a better job.
Well, I just think that, again, I think that when you're talking about making moves, okay, if Booney had lost like Joe did, 1 out away from like going to the world, advancing,
right?
You say, okay, man, like his way was working.
Yeah.
But you didn't make you're like flirting with not making the playoffs. So as an organization, you got to say, hey,
one game.
So like as an organization, you got to look back and say, okay, is this really working or is this not really working? So again, what's your plan? Like if Team Mexico today in this 1-1 game on the top of the third, loses by 1 run, they can't go tomorrow and change their whole strategy.
Right.
It wasn't like they were doing something wrong.
Ooh, that was nasty. Who was that on the mound? That was nasty.
That is Bernardino.
Ooh, that was a nasty slider. My goodness.
Very good. That's a very, very good slider.
Ooh.
And again, this is the part that's funny. I wonder how many scouts are actually in the stands right now. Why? And this guy's got to be. He's got to be signed with that.
Yeah, that slider alone right there. Think of him out of the pen. I mean, if this guy's not a starter, you can bring him right out the bullpen.
So I watch a lot of games, even in the regular season, with StatCast on. And the reason that I do that is because I want to see,
here's Robbie Cano, folks.
Oh, watch Robbie Cano. So Robbie's probably going to hit left-handed. This guy had no chance against him. Lefty
matchup,
right.
yeah.
That was going to be a lefty match. So think about this. That guy was that nasty against the righty. I think Cano might have some trouble on this guy.
Let's see. It's going to be interesting.
I'm going to predict he's going to go KK. He won't get K'd.
No, I'm going to say Cano. Cano does what he used to do with the Yankees a lot. He's going to hit a routine ground of the second.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can see that.
The routine rollover.
Well, he got an RBI on that one last one. So
hey, well, that's right. Hey, those are the ones that work. I'm rooting for DR, by the way, everybody. I got the DR baseball here. Next time I'm going to bring out some plantains. I'm going to throw some of the platanos on the mic. And yeah, man, we're gonna go with we're rolling for DR here. I'm rolling for DR on this one. Ozzy, I know you're not.
You know what? I don't.
You don't have a preference?
I don't have a preference. I like to watch this guy. I don't have a preference of. I used to have a team in Latin America. Again, I rooted for my brother when he was in the series. But I don't have a. I used to have a team, the team that my dad officially played for, in Venezuela, and then he managed it, and it was a crazy situation down there. And I don't have a team anymore. Like, it's nuts that I don't have a team. Like, people ask me all the time about baseball. Like, this year, I predicted that my cousin's on the Braves. I predicted that the World Series is going to be the Braves and now the Guardians, the Indians. We're going to go to the World Series, and I had the Braves winning it all.
Gary Sheffield Jr. had the Braves winning it all too at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. So I had him from the beginning. I didn't think that they were going to do it in July.
Right.
I wasn't like, I was like, oh man, that was
once Acuna went down and everything.
Once Acuna went down, I said, these guys are done.
That's it.
I was like, these guys are going to get, these guys are.
Hey, but that's the great role of a good general manager, isn't it?
Correct.
You're able to rebuild that way.
So I think what I liked about him is that he went and just because his main player got hurt, he didn't fold.
That's right.
Because he knew that he had you've already had covered a lot of the season. So I like the fact that he sent a message and said, this is the Atlanta Braves, not Ronald Acuna's team.
That's right. That's awesome.
Not Ozuna. Because not only that, though, he lost Ozuna.
That's right.
And I had made the prediction before Ozuna got in trouble. So I had them all on the team.
Yeah.
So as soon as they started going down, I said, man, like but he kept it in, and that shows you, like, when you really believe in the team more than the player, that's when you really do it. Like, you really, and that's funny, like when the Yankees talking about Yankees, like, oh, Luke Voigt's not, like, we're not going to be good. Like, you have to compete with what you have.
Yeah.
And that's not an excuse, because you don't know when you're going to be there again.
Well, that's why
I give him props.
I always say it's so important for a general manager at the deadline to go out there and do something. It's very hard to stand pat, because I remember Freddie Freeman saying, that put a jolt of life back in their team.
Correct. And like, when you're in the pennant race, man, I'm going to be honest with you. You look around and you say, are we adding or are we subtracting to what we're trying to do? If you're in the middle of the pennant race and they you two of your big guys, you're like, we're done. These guys don't believe in us. But if you're in the middle of the pennant race and they're like, wow, okay, we went and got the guy that we needed.
Cano taking ball 4 there.
Cano,
little off the plate. Didn't miss.
But you know what's so right now, people. If you are a Mets fan, which I still think that it's going to be 50-50 if he ends up playing with the Mets again, okay? I think that wouldn't
he be the perfect DH though?
He'd be great DH. I don't know if he'd be the perfect DH, but he'd be a really good DH. But like right there, that situation, that lefty-lefty matchup,
yeah,
and he takes that pitch, that means like, okay, there's still some. There's still something left in the tank.
Right.
Okay? Because you see, great pitch, takes it, recognizes it, knows that he's going to go, that he was going to go to that slider.
I'm very interested in, what's his name? Bernardino,
he's not on the 40-man roster. He's from Valencia, California.
God, he has pretty, you watch his stuff and you say, man, how is this guy not coming out of a pen?
Actually, no, Tijuana last year, so...
I would love to know what his velo is. I'm not seeing any velocity on the screen here.
His velo's probably like...
Low 90s.
Low 90s.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But the off-speed looks very nice.
The slider, when you're mixing up your off-speed, it doesn't matter if you don't throw 99. Like, if you throw your off-speed, strike. So that pitch there from Cano, that's like a big league take.
Yep.
Okay? Most minor league guys are... So I don't know if you follow Juco, the big guy that just hits bombs off of tees.
Mm-mm.
Okay, there's guys called like Juco, whatever, Juco Bandit. He's on Face. He's like on Instagram and basically hits off of a tee. So like right now, all the kids like the thing on social media is you swing off a tee and it's like ball came off the bat at 99 miles per hour. They're like, and they scream and they're like, and then like somebody will get behind a mound and throw and be like, I just threw 98. It's like one time maxing out. That's like what kids are into. Like, how fast can I throw? Well, there's a video of him. He faces Trevor Bauer. Okay. Takes his first couple fastballs and he's like, throw it in here. And Trevor Bauer got him out like how big league guys get other guys out.
Yeah.
He threw this nasty off-speed pitch. And this guy started swinging like
way ahead.
It was embarrassing. He literally falls. But it's like that's called the getting exposed. Like right there, that's like it's not the same you swinging. And again, it's nothing personal against this guy. Like he's very powerful, but that shows you how hard hitting is. Because again, when the ball's coming at you, again, that's the out. And again, when you see guys like ass sticking out and you swing the bat,
right?
It's probably a nasty pitch. So that's where you look at the fact and say, okay, how good of changing the speeds can this guy be?
Yep. Guys, so, I need you 1 second. Everybody that is in this chat, we are about to pass 300. Please get the likes up. You need to hit that like button. Do it for us. Helps the channel out, helps what we're doing out, and we'll continue doing this as long as you guys like it. We'll cover the Caribbean series here at NYY News TV and go live for some of these games. And like I said before, if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. Whether you're a Yankee fan or not, there is enough for everybody here to truly enjoy. So get on board.
You think Yankee fans are going to keep liking me at the end of the year, or they're going to?
Yeah, I'm surprised Yankee fans like me.
Well, I'm never going to be as bad. I'm never going to be as hardcore on them as Chef is. He's bringing it to them.
Let me tell you, if they don't hate me yet, they won't hate you.
Okay, cool. But you're a fan though. Like you're a.
Yeah, but I'm not your normal Yankee, and that's what this channel is. That's why I love having your father here. We're just very much, we are honest. We're not gonna sit back and go, well, we're optimistic. No, if we don't see it, we don't see it. If we don't see Gary Sanchez, to me, I would have released him months ago. I'd have dumped him months ago. He has one of the worst plays in baseball history as a catcher. I don't know if you ever saw it. Jonathan VR, the game against the Mets. Jonathan VR is about 40, 50 feet away from home. Gary Sanchez gets the ball, moves out the way, and lets him score. It's one of the worst plays of all time. So I never sit back and go, well, he hits a homer. No, I don't care. I need that. I need the guy gone. But no, I don't think they're gonna hate you at all. Trust me.
So this kid right here, this is interesting. This is like where the Caribbean series is like really interesting. Like this guy signed, out of Cincinnati with the Reds.
Who's this?
There's a kid, Bernardino.
Okay.
Bernardino, 26th round. Out of Cali. And then he goes in like this minor league like saga of starting in 2014. So from 14 to 17, he gets as high as AA. And he's 25 years old. And then he goes to the Arizona Fall League, pitches one game, this is like, let me see the big change here. Scottsdale, 10 innings, 10 innings, 0.9 ERA. So see what's happening. So he goes from there. This guy might have gotten in trouble. He must have gotten in something. He goes to Scottsdale. He goes to Hermosillo. So he's in Mexico. Then he goes Mexico, Indy, Venezuela. And then he's all like foreign baseball. So he's in Mexico playing AAA. So either this guy went for the money, but he was as high as AA, AAA in the Fall League with a team that not known for having pitching. But he was, this is why.
What did he
got him again. No, he didn't do anything bad. Like they went Pensacola. So this is the big change. He went Arizona Fall League, pitched in Mexico in the winter. And then when he went to Pensacola in 2018, he basically in 21 games had a ERA of 6. And then they released him, and then he probably went to indie ball, and no one's brought him back. But this guy is very interesting. Is one of those guys that, like, if I was a GM, just because of how he had drafted and how he did in the minor leagues, I look at the whole package and say, hey man, I'd like to invite you to Big League, you know, and let's see, you know, be a great AAA guy, bring him up, you know, kind of have him there. I'm sure he gets paid really well in Mexico because most guys do, but yeah, that's one of those cases there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just see his stuff, and like you said, that slider alone got to catch your attention.
So like right there. So like how many GMs are actually watching this game if you're a true fan? So like I know Alex Cora right now is consuming every single game. This is a difference. Do you think Boone consumes baseball 24/7?
No.
I know Alex does.
Alex Cora,
the other day I was watching Carlos Baerga's show on Instagram. And
another good ball player.
It shows really good. It shows in Spanish, but so Alex watches the show as a fan all the time.
Yeah.
They requested him. He joined, and then he was like, "Oh, Ozzy Jr." Like, so he's on baseball 24/7. Like he's
right.
You know, like he'll text. Like we were texting this morning about his team Cabos was playing. So he's baseball. Like you'll watch a game with him, and he'll be like, "This is so and so. This is this guy. You know, this guy's signed here." So he's in the game. So that's the question.
Yeah.
Well,
going back to Yankee fans hating one of us, again, if they didn't hate me, they won't, because I've said it countless times. I give my right hand to have Cora be the Yankee manager.
Wow.
I would trade Cora and everybody. I said the same thing about Kevin Cash, so it's not just Cora. Kevin Cash. Cora.
Why Kevin? Well, you don't like Kevin Cash? Kevin Cash is a man.
I like Kevin Cash. That's what I'm saying. I'd put these guys over Boone any day because, look, I do think these guys are still somewhat analytic guys, but I think they understand the feel of the game. I was watching a wild card game. I forgot who it was that came up. The Red Sox were coming back, whatever. And you see Cora smacking the guys in the helmet, getting them like pumped up.
Oh, yeah.
And then you look at Aaron Boone, he's blowing bubbles. I'm saying, what are you doing?
Well, here's the part, though. So, and Alex already has a ring, okay? And he wants two because that's Hall of Fame. I don't care what anybody says.
As you said on the podcast, yeah.
But nice play there. Still got a nice move. So this is the part where people make a mistake, okay? And Cano looks great at second, by the way.
He's looking good, Cano.
He's looking very, very young. A lot better than he did with the Mets because he wasn't able to really move at second. But he's looking like, second, first. But
maybe he's doing some yoga.
Maybe he looks very, he looks very lean, looks healthy, obviously. But I think that when people say, "Is this guy analytical?" Okay.
Yeah.
You need to understand analytics to know when something is bullshit or not.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Alex Cora consumes analytics like no other.
Yep.
So does Ozzie Guillen. Just because they say this is a dumb argument when somebody says, "I don't like someone that drives in 110 runs," that has an OBP of 330.
Yeah.
Just because they say that doesn't mean that they don't believe in analytics. Okay.
Right. Exactly. I say the same thing about me.
Just because again, the players dictate the situation. So you got to roll as Chapman in the bullpen. Okay. Chapman is your closer.
Yep.
You're the Yankees. Chapman is your closer. So we don't have to use Mariano because we always use Mariano. Chapman's your closer. And Garrett Cole is your starter.
Yep.
Okay. Look at their history. And you think that because analytically, okay, Chapman has a record of striking out. Let's say Chapman striked out all the 6 batters every time that he faced them.
Right.
Okay.
There's a double there from Mexico.
Do you start the game with Chapman?
No.
Okay, that's the argument of analytics.
Right.
Oh, the opener. You only start with an opener when you have horseshit pitching.
Thank you.
That ball is everybody's running. Mexico, man, not known for the offense. The little guy looks like Altuve's little twin.
Thank you. What you just said is what we've been saying for a long time.
Like, for example, the White Sox, when Ozzie was managing, it was Jim Thome was a big on-base guy. Right. We need the best guy to get on base, to lead off. Okay, then make Jim Thome lead off. Oh, but he also drives. Yes, because he usually does both. Because usually the best player is usually the best dribbler, the best shooter. Usually really good players can do a lot. So you need to know the analytics to call bullshit. Ozzie, for example, says, "I hate the velocity coming off the bat." Is it an out or a hit?
That's it. It's all that counts.
A guy hit against the shift because sometimes bloopers do drop. So when a guy, you need to know analytics so you can sit in the room and say, "Okay, but why? But explain it to me." And that's what baseball debating is all about. Don't tell me, oh, this guy sucks because his OBP is 218. I'm like, yeah,
I can't stand it.
He also has 1,700 hits in the big leagues.
Well, it's the same conversation I have with a lot of people because I got yelled at and everybody said, oh, well, because blah, blah, blah. This whole idea that batting average doesn't matter. It's insane. Does batting average not tell a part of the story? So why should it be canceled out? Why is there this new...
Okay, so how come guys only want to hit 120 then?
Well, exactly.
If it doesn't matter.
If it doesn't matter, exactly. So you could play at both sides of the ball, and I've said this before.
I said, do you rather have a guy? Okay, so here's when batting average doesn't matter. Okay, batting average doesn't matter if you are. I'll give you Grandal. Okay,
right.
OBP plus 400. If you're Barry Bonds.
Correct.
Okay, but if your OBP is like 310. Okay, and you barely made it, your average definitely counts. And you hitting 210 is an effect. So unless you have a stupid OBP that you're like, oh my God, this guy is literally just walking every time he's not, then I say, okay, that's worth it. But I'm not going to give up a huge potential for you hitting because guess what? When you get hits, you have the opportunity of swinging the bat.
Yep.
So when you swing the bat, you have a chance of it getting a hit.
Correct.
But you also have a chance of getting a double, a triple, a home run. Correct. When you walk, you don't do that. So again, you lower strikeout rates and you want to walk more.
Yep.
Usually guys that walk a lot, have a better eye for the strikeout. Yep. But also guys that put the ball in play don't strike out a lot. Why? When you put the ball in play, things happen. Guys make errors. Balls bounce the different way. So don't tell me that average that doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it. Well, a lot of times what they'll do, this a lot. They'll say, okay, well, I got an example. Well, who's the example? Here we go. Joey Gallo. Of course it's Joey Gallo. But now find me another guy.
So what has Joey Gallo done?
Well, here's the thing. Here's what they'll tell you, right? They'll say, well, Joey Gallo can hit 220, but have a 370 on base percent. He did that one time. Now, here's my question to you. Find me the other guy who does that.
Yeah, Joey Gallo is the anomaly.
Thank you. So you can't.
And by the way, where was Joey Gallo playing? Where was Joey Gallo playing?
Texas.
Okay. Where did Texas finish the last 5 years when Joey Gallo was there?
Nowhere. And then what did he do when he came to the Yankees? Hit 160 and had a horrible on-base percentage, horrible slug, and horrible everything across the board.
So if you came to the Yankees and he was the real deal like that, he would have just blown up because he would have been around better players. So I
was hoping to see a David Justice.
He's had great years. He's had great years, but you cannot say that I'm going to be looking for Joey Gallo. I'll give you an example, man. Tim Anderson or a guy like Ozzie Guillen, when they swing the bat, the ball's in play. It works for them. Jose Altuve. Okay, in the most analytical organization in the world, the Astros. Yep. He's a free swinger. Yep. Vladimir Guerrero. If that works for them, then it works for them. But you look at positive things. So, am I going to Derek Jeter, one of the best inside outs in baseball? Right. Derek's probably one of the only guys that used to be able to do that. I'm not going to go and try to find a guy that's just like that because Derek's really good at it.
That's right.
So I'm trying to find a whole player. So I think one of the things that people don't talk about that Joey Gallo brings to the table that is a real big positive. He's a pretty good defensive player.
Very good defensive player.
At multiple positions. But I think Joey, I would take less home runs, for example.
Oh, got away. Runner moves up to third.
The defense is going to be hurting.
You're right. Look at this guy. He's like a little Altuve.
So again, that's what I'm talking about. So when I'm talking about what is a guy doing, okay, to make the team better, that's what I'm going to look to build. I'm not going to say, if I'm Gallo and I'm hitting and I'm saying, man, if I walk a little bit, if I try to go and drive in more runs, because that's what I need to do on this team to win, and I hit 250 and my OBP drops to 345.
Yeah. But
we get 10 more wins.
Better off.
Then you're better off. Because you're going to get paid and you're a better player or not. But if you're caring about, again, man, this game has shifted.
Mexico takes the lead. A base hit the left field.
I told you, twice has happened.
Mexico.
So it's happened twice. Okay, the pass ball has scored. But guess what the analytical people would tell you? How good is his pitch framing? Kids,
Right.
if you're at home,
Right.
learn how to block the ball.
Yes.
Knees
Yes.
down, block, because
Yes.
it saves runs.
You can't take
saves
chances.
runs. When Mike
None of that
Piazza,
one knee stuff.
Mike Piazza looks like he's a all-star catcher.
To a lot of these guys,
How bad these guys are. I just
Yeah.
think it's hilarious because again, you're going to score closer from third and second than you will from first. But so Mexico right now putting the pressure on Dominican for sure.
Mexico taking the lead on DR. And no matter what, DR is going to be home. You could say that Mexico's the home team right now, but they're not. They're not the home team.
But again, going back to that situation we're talking about is you everyone's about stats, and I get it. Your fantasy team, stats. As a fan, I care about one stat, and that's the W.
Wins, of course. I don't care how you do it, right? It doesn't matter.
Correct. So nobody knew that Luis Sojo hit probably 240 on the Yankees.
That's one of the best clutch hitters they had.
That's what I'm saying, though, because they won.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't know that guys got out and guys struggled.
What did John Sterling? John Sterling used to call him the greatest 200 hitter you'll ever see.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, though, because your team won. So like when your team wins, you're like, man, this is good. Like, but you could have Joey Gallo could have had the most amazing seasons in even the Yankees, and if they don't win, it's like whatever. This is a wash. It's BS. Fuck this. It's as a fan and as a manager, you want guys to make money, but your job is to get the W.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is like when you're talking as an organization, and this is when I'm talking about analytics, the Yankees number one, and I'm just using Yankees as an example. Every organization in Major League Baseball and everyone that works in the front office, they have one goal and one goal only. And that's how many wins can we get in the big league level.
Correct.
So if I need to make you a player where your OBP or your situation is going to help, your change is going to help my team win, then we're doing it. Right. But if it's not, then so like if you're like Tampa, whatever they're doing, they can keep doing it and they have an argument. Okay.
Yep, that's right.
But Baltimore has the same analytics as Tampa. And Colorado does too. You see, Moneyball changed the way people think because they think everyone's got this big secret that Billy did. That was only Billy. Billy knew that. Yeah. And because it became popular, within 5 years, everyone's doing it. So I'll be honest with you, the Yankees right now are more analytical than Oakland.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Oakland can't spend as much money as the Yankees do on some of this crazy stuff.
Correct.
So when you're looking at ways that you're doing it, there's no secret anymore. Okay, you know what the secret became? Trash cans.
Yeah, there you go.
The edge went to cheating and saying we need to go and put a buzzer, or we need to cheat because guys are trying to gain an edge because there's so much information out there.
Oh, here comes Mexico again.
Yeah, and I told you.
That's down Mexico the line. What? Oh, he stopped that third. I thought he was going to score on that.
The third base coach got a little scared there.
Yeah, man. I don't know. 2 outs. I think I'm taking it.
Phil Nevin. Phil Nevin. Phil Nevin.
Phil Nevin.
My guy, man. My guy.
Oh, man. I love Phil, man, but I went nuts on Phil Nevin, man. That ruined the game. That was the end of the wild card for the Yankees. They were coming back. Cora finally made a mistake. I said, your guy said, Alex Cora finally made a mistake. He took out Eovaldi too quick. Mm-hmm. He took out Eovaldi too quick. And I said, man.
He would tell you that. We
were live for the whole game. We were live for 5 hours that day. We watched the whole game, me, Francis, and Joe. And I remember telling him, I said, guys, this is it. If they're going to win, this is it. And then when that play happened, I said, that's the game. And you could see the Yankees in the dugout. It was like they went to a funeral. I said, oh, my God. I said, it's over. That's it. They're done. They're not recovering. And they didn't. They didn't recover.
So that position, in that play, most coaches will tell you, that guy that's running the bases is the one that's going to dictate if you're going to score.
Yeah.
And the way that he took off, people are like, oh, he's going to send them or not going to send them. If that guy's running to score, look how the outfielder took the ball in the replay. Right. He's like a days ago because he's looking at the guy, and it's Marcell Ozuna. That's when kids, if you're at home watching, and you should be watching, if you're a baseball player, you're doing that secondary and saying, I'm scoring with a double, especially if this loser's playing left field because his defense sucks.
Correct.
That's how you should be thinking in the game. You shouldn't be thinking playing and saying, I'm saying that you're not playing in the field and saying, oh my God, that's Marcell Ozuna on All-Star. You're thinking, this guy's a loser. I'm going to score on him. I'm going to embarrass his ass. These guys have done infield, outfield. So that run right there as a coach, and that's where the big leagues, I think that you're a big league coach prepared. Anybody can do the job beforehand, but there you got to tell a guy, hey, there's 1 out, there's 2 outs, especially if there's 2 outs, because you can't score with 2 outs. You cannot can't score with a sac fly.
Right.
That ball's hit anywhere in the outfield, you're scoring. So because that ball wasn't hit hard.
No,
Anything that comes off the bat, you're scoring. So you're scoring on your secondary. You're not scoring on your speed, because now it's going to take 2 hits and no to 1. And again, I'm not an analytical expert, and I just told you that from just growing up in baseball and watching it. But that's what the third base coach of Yankees used to say, and say, hey, by the way, you're scoring on this, not, hey, the speed from the guy that does this. It's like, no, you got to prepare him beforehand, and you got to take that extra run. So that's the difference between winners and losers.
Right. Cano gets the ground in the second there to end the inning. So Mexico takes a 2-1 lead over the heavy favorite Dominican Republic. Wow. Yeah. But you said both of these teams are the favorites to win it, right?
I think that they are, especially after today's result. So if Mexico goes and takes the series, like takes the first one in the series,
that'd be big.
It's very interesting, how it all pans out, because then basically it's flipped on its head completely.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. But man, wow, guys, continue to get those likes up, please. It looks like we're almost close to breaking over 350. So this is pretty awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Again, if you're not subscribed, please go ahead and do so. If you need to get the likes up, guys. Get those likes up. Press that like button for us if you're in here watching the game, enjoying it, hopefully learning some things, and just sitting back and actually getting to see some baseball. That's the best thing about this.
That's the best part of this whole thing, is that we're going to get to see some baseball.
We're seeing some baseball, and quality baseball too, which is nice to watch, because we're in a lockout right now. We don't know when baseball is going to be back. We know there's some movement.
I'm worried about the
It's just such a bad time. I mean, somebody got to step up and make this thing work. It's going to look so bad for baseball.
But I think that owners are going to hold off as long as they can.
Oh God. Okay.
Because that whole thing of players going to be able to play in Mexico, for one.
Yeah.
It was like very like, wait, what the, very like, that's very weird.
Right.
And then the minor league season is starting on time. Another kind of like, okay, everything's going as planned. That is what gets me saying, oh man, this might be here for the long haul. But I think that they're going to put pressure on them to say, hey, baseball's going on, basically have these guys come in and play, because, and they're going to do that. And that's the pressure that the owners are going to put on teams. And unfortunately, the fans are the one that suffers all the time.
Yep. That's right. That's how it goes.
But hopefully there's baseball on time, but it's very scary. I was very optimistic that there was going to be like a quick one, but now, man, I'm worried. I'm not, it's worrisome.
Man, it's going to be such a stain on baseball if this goes very far. Even if they ever miss games, they can't miss games.
They can't miss games coming off the pandemic. And again, you can't not miss games. You can't, you can't come out and after everybody went with what they went through and everybody was crying about, we want baseball, for there not to start the game.
What a horrible look. Manfred's doing a bad job, but man, this will look even worse.
Well, sometimes I doubt if Manfred loves baseball, hates baseball.
Me and you both.
What his whole take is on baseball, because at the end of the day, you don't really know how he's going to do or what he's not going to do. But again, it's very, and again, this is not on Manfred in the sense that Manfred represents the owners. And that's something that's very interesting, because people think that it's his decision and the owners have to say yes or no, to what they're doing. So Manfred's the middle guy. And again, he does a lot of decisions that benefit the league, but this is essentially on the owners and on the players. And again, they have a plan, but I'm worried. I think that there's a lot at stake. And again, the people that suffer are the people that, are at home like you and I.
Fans, yeah, of course. Yeah, we're the ones definitely that suffer, as Marcell Ozuna comes up to the plate here in the top of the fourth inning. Mexico up 2-1 over Dominican Republic, 2-0 count on good old Marcell Ozuna here.
I wonder how they're going to take him back though. Like, if, let us know. Obviously, he's going to get booed a lot.
Oh yeah. He's gonna get beat up a little bit.
He might get chewed out a little bit. You think?
I think so. But the thing is, if Marcell Ozuna comes back, he puts his head in the game, plays ball, I think all will be forgotten. I mean, we've seen it with a lot of guys.
That's the only way that you can do it, because if you really sit there and try to, kind of deal with it, like, how they're going to treat me,
yeah,
you're going to go crazy.
Yeah, and guys, too, go ahead and throw questions in the chat if you like. I see a couple of them in there. Oh yeah. We got one asking about your father. Will we get
Ask away.
will we get a live to ask questions to Ozzy Senior?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Absolutely.
there you go. And Hirsch says Ozzy Senior was on a few days ago. Well, that's the podcast. So that wasn't necessarily live. Those are premieres. So those are premieres. So, that's a pre-recorded show.
Correct. So the goal is, okay, so we're going to obviously be on NY News and in the Guillen's world, and we're gonna have that show. And like the concept of the show right now is we're gonna tape it. Okay, we're gonna tape it as closely to airtime as possible, so we can cover as much news as we got.
Like we all do, guys. Like all the other podcasts do the same thing.
Well, the part that's hard is like if you do it live all the time, and that's the setup that you have.
Yeah,
it's very hard to plan.
It
Okay,
is,
especially with Ozzy.
Very much.
And anyone that's creating content, but for doing it, well, we're gonna have sessions where we're gonna do it live. Okay.
Yep.
And it might come on a random day or on that Tuesday. We say, you know what, we're gonna do it live on today at 7, and we'll do it, and we'll have people do the Q&A and we'll make it a show just on answering questions.
Yep.
And again, we could do a show. We've talked about we're going to be watching games, with Ozzy when he is not covering the White Sox.
Yep.
And we're going to be on here and doing that. So again, we will, that's the goal. Okay. Of having Ozzy around. That's what we're going for. So
yep.
No mystery. Obviously make this the number one spot for baseball. And people have asked like, oh, why? I said, well, because it's a real baseball it's a baseball network.
Yeah, definitely. NY News, this channel is gonna be something else, let me tell you.
Indeed.
It's gonna be something else.
That's why I wanted to kind of, it's not like you're a part of, everything else is a part of baseball and everything. Then there's the game and then there's like baseball, but everything is baseball. That's what we wanted.
Bro, this guy got to get a chance, man. You see that fastball right there? Caught him looking, stone cold looking on that one.
Again, this is a time he's 3 innings, 3 innings with no harm done.
And he's definitely facing the best lineup in the series. I got to believe that the best lineup.
For sure. Again, big league guys that are very dangerous, but he's definitely, again, here he's pitching 2-3 innings in MLB.
Let me send a text message to Cashman real quick.
In minor league baseball, he would have to be facing, just a couple innings.
Yeah.
Just 1 or 2 innings. That's the part where, you're in reality, that's where you want to be. So here he might have to pitch 6 or 7. In MLB, he's only have to pitch just a few.
Yep, that's right. So it could be a big difference for him. You get him a 1-inning guy, lefty out the pen. Why not? I mean, it could work out very well.
Those are the opportunities. Those are the guys that, again, the hard part is finding all the guys that everybody wants. That's the easy part. The hard part is finding the guys that nobody knows about.
That's right. The needle in the haystacks.
Correct.
Find some of those guys. You're good. Brad says Ozzy Senior and Chef Senior on a live would bring the house down. Well, that's asking a lot. I mean, I don't know how likely. I mean, we got the sons here, so we definitely have.
Ozzy would do it. You know what? Chef is a very private man, knows the game very well.
Yep.
Ozzy's a little bit more public. Again, Ozzy is in the media.
Yeah.
That's the.
Let me ask you this question. Does Sheffield get in? Does he ever eventually get in?
So I don't know. I can't give details. And again, I'm not saying I don't know. So Sheffield's a Hall of Famer.
Definitely.
For multiple reasons. Okay. In my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't believe that he pissed dirty. When I say pissed dirty, means that there was a positive test on him. I think that he's been linked like everybody else, rumors and allegations and false positives, which is really hard to track. But I don't think he's ever tested positive.
He hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't ever tested positive.
So, and again, this is really, it's talking about fake news. Like the Hall of Fame situation is like the biggest fake news. Like it's nutty.
Yep.
So I read that in 2 years, the New Era committee gets to vote again.
Okay.
Okay, and that's your veteran, your peers. But I want to find out more because I don't know the details of like I know 2 people can get in, but how long are you in that veteran pool?
That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting because there's going to be a
Because
lot of guys that are probably hoping to get in there. I know Kurt Schilling already said, "Let my peers vote for me, and I'll be in. I want to be off the ballot."
correct, and that's where I think that they're gonna get their respect. Okay, because a lot of guys in the media might have not liked Gary. A lot of players love them.
Right.
Okay, a lot of respect amongst his players. I think a lot of guys in that era kind of understand, the cloud around the area.
Yep.
I think a lot of people think it's BS that Tony, Joe, guys that were involved in the era got in with no issues.
Yeah, that's right.
Even the commissioner. So I think for him to get voted in, I see it very hard, just because. So I see it 2 ways, which is going to be very interesting. So we got 2 guys in the class right now for next year. I only see 2 guys that have a shot. K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez, who should at least get 50% of the votes because if Billy Wagner got it, K-Rod
he got to be up there.
He's got to be up there. And then we don't know about Beltran because, again, he not linked to juicing, but basically fired from his job and kicked out of baseball for 1 season because of, the trash can situation.
Right, right.
So I don't know how they're going to use it as that. But after that, I got to see the people that are coming in because that list with Beltran and them was a very weak list, meaning from a big name standpoint of guys that are coming off. So that big era of players that were coming off the 90s is kind of dying out.
Yep.
So once those guys start getting in, okay, like the Scott Rowlands, the Andrew Joneses, that the Hall of Fame's not going to go all those years without inducting people.
Right, right. I know Chase Utley's coming due. Adrian Beltran.
You know what I mean? So like it's like you're as good as like the era that you were in. When you
right, of course.
Voting. So depending on where Chef falls, like what year is Chef on? 6?
I think he's on got to be about 6 now. I know I talked to Gary. I talked to Chef Junior the other day, and I asked him that, and he said he still has a few more years left. So I think he's probably on like year 6.
So that gap is kind of like, and again, I think that Chef. I don't see him doing that. I don't think he's gonna go around and kiss anybody's ass.
Right. Oh, definitely not.
That he's not doing that.
Definitely not.
But I think that if he doesn't get in by the voters, because again, voters, you never know what they're going to do. I think that his peers vote him in. Again, I don't know if there's like a time limit. If there is a time limit, the committee needs to plan and say, okay, we got so many guys coming through that we want to get on, and we have so many years to vote.
Yeah.
From a committee standpoint, how do we make this happen if these guys get in? And I believe that it's like 1987 to 2000 is the new era committee.
Right.
So, when you look at the new era committee and you're looking at guys that played in that era, I don't know how you break it down. So like if you're looking at the committees, new era, I wonder what era Crime Dog would have to be considered on.
Yeah, Crime Dog should be in there too. I mean, there's so many guys that really are just so deserving. It's really a shame. Like there got to be something done, where these guys have an easier shot of getting in, because I know even people make the excuse for like, well, Mattingly, he got hurt towards the end of his career and he wasn't the same. In my opinion, if you were one of the best players of your generation during that time, you're a Hall of Famer. I mean, I think Don Mattingly's a Hall of Famer. I think Fred McGriff is a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about it.
So this is the part where I think it's complete bullshit. Okay. Because you got guys that are not getting in because they did too much. Okay.
Right.
Meaning Barry took it to like 700 home runs and
yep.
And those guys, okay, breaking records, like being like stupid good. Okay. But then you got guys like Mattingly that I don't think Don was linked to anything other than losing a shitload of Yankee games and being a good player on that team for like 10 years.
Right.
So no allegations of anything, been around the game, nothing but a stand-up guy around the league.
Yep.
I don't think anyone has anything negative to say about him in that sense. Well liked by the media, I thought, when he played, and then you got a guy like Fred McGriff. Yeah. Again, a guy that is in his era as one of those guys that played really well and did what he had to do. So again, they're not in. So
it's just weird.
You're not letting guys that are really good in their era because they didn't have 500 home runs.
Yeah.
But then you're not allowing in the guys that didn't get in.
Yep.
I think that's complete BS. So again, I think that's going to be very, very interesting. So, I look at the ballots and it says players on the 2017 and 2019 ballots: Bell, Clark, Hershiser, Carter, McGuire. So I don't know what the rules are.
Man, Mac got to get in, man. That'll take me down a whole rabbit hole. I watched 98, the season of 98 overall, the other day again. And man, I tell you what, and we talked about it, man, the Sammy Screwjob. The Sammy Screwjob. It's a real thing. Guys, NYY.news/shop. Go get that shirt, the Sammy Screwjob shirt. Sammy Sosa's been screwed by everybody. I mean, even the team playing right now, the Dominican Republic, they've turned their back on Sammy. They've turned their back. Everybody has.
Correct. They all turned their back.
They've turned their back on Sammy Sosa. And that's what I think, even like what your father was kind of saying when it comes to Ortiz, even from me. So speaking for myself, I said it, Ortiz is a Hall of Famer. He should not get in ahead of those other guys.
Correct.
It's just that simple.
And again, you're fucking up the votes in the sense that if you let Big Papi stay one more year, you could have gotten Barry,
Roger.
Okay. You get Barry and Roger in.
Yep.
Okay. You get Barry and Roger in. And then you say, okay, we keep Big Papi. Because again, Big Papi has 9 years.
Yeah, that's right. He got all that time.
So you got Barry and them in, you get them in that sense. And then again, guys that can go to the committee, guys that, might be borderline guys that you're like confused about, or because, writers are dumb and couldn't really know looking up numbers.
Right.
Okay. So you get Barry and Roger in. Okay. And then that leaves you with Roland. Okay. And Kurt Schilling. So I would put on the list and say, okay, who are the guys on this list? Okay. That have the years that are, falling off the ballot.
Right.
Okay. So Kurt Schilling fell off the ballot. So he's done. So he's going to go to the Veterans Committee, which again,
I'm assuming he's a shoo-in.
Correct.
He did nothing wrong but had a political opinion. It's crazy.
Correct. So here's the part. So you got Schilling falling off the ballot, okay, and you got Sammy falling off the ballot.
Oh.
So you got Sammy, Barry, okay, and you got Sammy, Barry, and Roger. Okay?
Roger, yeah.
So 4 humongous, amazing players. Okay, one guy that never did steroids just caught saying something stupid.
Unbelievable.
Okay, in his opinion. Stupid, regardless of what you believe or not. It's whatever you think. It's an opinion.
It's like your father said. It's America, right? We're supposed to have opinions.
You're supposed to have opinions. Okay, and then you have Barry and Roger. Okay, but the issue is now, like, again, I think there's rules on how many guys can technically go in. Okay, from the Veterans Committee. That being said, you look at the list, and I'm looking up right now, and I see, okay, we got Scott Rowland.
Oh,
Scott Rowland,
great ball player,
is at 65.2%. Okay, what year is he on the ballot? Okay, we got Todd Helton, also
another great ball player.
What year is he on the ballot? So I'm looking here and I'm saying, okay, what year is Gary on the ballot? Okay, and what year are other guys on the ballot that might fall in risk? So I'm looking here just from years. Well, Gary played a long damn time, so I literally need to look this up because I think he played till 2004.
No. He played after that.
No. I'm thinking completely wrong. I think he played to 2010.
Something around there, because 04 is with the Yankees, and he finished off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm talking about. I was going to say that's his best year.
I think he finished off with the Mets, didn't he?
Yeah, but I'm saying that was 2004 is like his last like.
Yeah, he was
like MVP,
second in the league in MVP. Yeah,
correct. Like, okay, so God, he's played a long time.
Always productive, man. Amazing, really an amazing career.
Okay, this is nuts. Okay, this is crazy. Okay, and they say this guy's like not good.
Oh, the game is brought to you by Brugal, one of my favorite drinks on the planet.
So 2009 in the National League, again, he probably had to play defense because there was no DH. So think about that.
Yep.
His average was 276 with an OVP of 372.
Okay.
Okay. Gary Sheffield was born in 1968. So he was how old when he retired?
41?
Okay, hold on. I need to look this up because this is going to blow people's minds up.
Look that up because I'm pretty. He was definitely in his early 40s.
Okay, and this is what I do while I'm watching games, guys, and while we're watching baseball, and people are like in awe of Ozuna, and people are in awe of Joey Gallo.
Yeah.
Again, nothing against Joey Gallo.
Nothing against Joey.
Gary Sheffield was 40 years old. Okay, that's 40.
What year was this again? The year?
3 years. He's 3 years older than me at this point.
Right.
The year's 2009.
2009. Okay.
Gary participated in 100 games. Okay, Gary in his last year of Major League Baseball. Okay, this is like him in a wheelchair, technically, in the eyes of the baseball world.
Quick inning for DR, by the
Batting
way.
average, up and down.
Yep.
The Dominicans are trying to find the way, but they got to find those bats. So Gary hit 276, okay, with an OBP of 372 and a slugging of 451. Yes, he was under all his career numbers because he hit 292 for a lifetime and OBP of 393.
Right.
With a total of 509 home runs. Okay. So Gary, at the age of 40, was a better producer than Joey Gallo is today.
Yeah.
And pretty much it might be better producer than he had 10 home runs. Power was in there. Again, he wasn't playing every day.
Yep.
But better producer than a majority of the league. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
How many years do you have to be out to get inducted? 5 years. So 2009 plus 5.
That puts it right there. Yeah.
So doing the breakdown here, guys, live on the stream. So his first year on the ballot was 2014. Okay?
Right.
And we're in the year.
So what is he going? Year 7 now. This will next will be year 8.
So next year will be year 8. So guys, baseball writers of America, you guys need to vote Gary Sheffield in next year.
Definitely. I mean, it's a shame. I mean, these guys, I'm telling you, then that's why we're talking.
I'm saying, so Gary, I would not want Gary to fall into the veterans because again, you now it's getting too packed in that group.
Right.
And I don't see, because then if it's like every 5 years, 2 guys get in.
Yeah, I don't know how many guys get in at once.
I want Gary to give the award while he's like, not in a wheelchair.
Correct,
I don't want the one thing I don't want, man. And this is BS. I don't want guys to get in like Minnie Minoso. Again, it's great for their families, but guys that would have loved this so much being alive, like you don't want to get in like a 98.
Well, I could make a prediction right now. I think that's going to happen to Pete Rose.
Yeah, like he dies and then they get him in.
I think they will. And I think that is disgraceful. I think if that ever happens, that's sickening.
It is sickening because you're benefiting from him being there, but he's not. So it's like the ultimate fuck you to the face. So, guys, Gary Sheffield needs to get in next year.
Yeah. And it's a shame, man. Some of these guys, I said I was watching Sosa, McGuire, and me and Francis were doing a podcast earlier. You guys will see that on Sunday. And I said to myself, I said, Francis, you know those years, right, when you had sluggers like you do now? They call them sluggers. There's guys hitting 40 home runs that are batting 210. Then you look at Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, Gary Sheffield. The list goes on and on and on. These guys were still hitting 260, 265. Some of them 290.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, where did we go? Like, these guys were complete ball players.
Well, you know why, though? Because you got paid to be a complete ball player.
That's right. Now you don't. Now you get paid for launch angle.
Correct. So you get paid. Like, the biggest story when it comes to that was Javi Baez. The fact that Javi only went for home runs last year was a fact that he knew that they were only going to pay him from home runs. So he said, F you, and didn't care. And it worked. you know, and literally could not care. Mets fans probably cried every time he came out to bat, but he didn't care. So he got paid. But again, if you pay for that type of performance, you're gonna get that type of performance. These guys knew that they needed to be complete. And again, guys, when you look at Gary Sheffield stole 253 bags.
Yeah, he did everything. He really did.
So,
he's a complete ball player, man. He deserves to be recognized forever.
So your favorite player that you're holding on to right now in analytical world cannot hold Gary Sheffield's jock. No,
not at all. And everybody knows that.
Start off as a shortstop. I'm like literally saying like you cannot hold his jock. This is coming from a baseball, like as a baseball guy. And again,
well, it's factual too. It's not like you're lying. You're not making an assumption.
I'm not. This is not. Again, it's a fact. Like this is why I love the game of baseball. Like I'm talking numbers. Okay, I'm talking pure baseball numbers, and you know, and again, going to the allegations of like he did it, didn't do it. It's all BS. It's the same thing as Big Papi. It's like your word against my word.
That's right. And that's what Sheffield said on his show today. If you guys didn't watch Chef Talk, go watch Chef Talk that came out today. It's right here on the podcast. He talked about it, man. He said that's exactly his words right there. It's not fair. I mean, you think about it in reality. Okay, he said a baseball writer, listen to this one. If you haven't saw the show, a baseball writer messaged him. He told him, I didn't vote for your father for 2 reasons. 1, because of the steroid allegations, and 2, he wasn't a good defender. What was David Ortiz? What was David? So you voted for David Ortiz?
Though. I have a question. So what's a good defender?
Yeah, what does that mean exactly?
So he started his career at shortstop.
Yeah.
And they had Robin Young and those guys playing short.
Right, in Milwaukee.
So he started getting moved. Again, when we're talking about getting bigger, they wanted him to go deep, and he needed to be bigger. So it's his fault that he played in the outfield?
Right. And on top of that, too, he didn't DH, guys. He still played in right field. He still played the outfield.
Right, at 40.
At 40. That's right. He never DH. He never sat back and said, maybe I could play another 2 years, and I'll go to the American League, stay there, and I'll DH. He would have been productive. He would have still been pretty serviceable. But at the end of the day, if your response to me is that's why you didn't vote, these writers need to be able to tell us why they voted a certain way. They should be put on the spot.
Absolutely.
Kevin Kernan, I don't know if you know who Kevin Kernan is, but Kevin Kernan got a Hall of Fame vote. And Kevin Kernan has been around for a very, very long time. I love Kevin Kernan a lot. Kevin Kernan had one of the best ballots. So it's not everybody that when we talk about the Hall of Fame needs to change.
They got,
it's not all the writers. There's a lot of writers that do a very good job.
40% of the vote. So there's 40% out there that, and again, you got 160 votes. So there's 40%. So there's writers out there that, it makes sense for them. Like it's like, okay, they got a vote.
Yep.
So it's not nutty. Okay. But you can't just do that and blame those guys and say, okay. And if you're going to keep David out, then it's like, okay, no one's getting in and everyone's on the same boat, then that's fine. But you can't do that and let one guy in and then not the rest of them.
You can't. It's ridiculous.
That's where you're giving fuel to and these guys are lucky and that's where I think Jose Canseco kind of fucked up. He didn't have credibility because he went about it the whole wrong way. He was looking for paid. Yeah. Had Jose been very good about it, expressed himself the right way.
Right. Well, yeah, that's right.
He would have been he might have been freaking on TV right now, like A-Rod pretty much. But he did it from a place of spite and people kind of took it that way. But he hasn't been, he wasn't wrong. But then he started saying stuff like, aliens saved me when I was landing, my airplane was crashing. And so it makes you kind of sound wacky.
Right. Right.
So that being said is, that's it's scary. It's scary in that sense of, how far was he right? Like how close was he to being, completely 100% right? But again, these guys all have allegations linked to doing things. But again, if one guy gets in, how many guys are going to be kept off the ballot?
It's not right. It's not. It really is. It's not right. And we got another question in here. Would Ozzie Sr. manage the Yankees if they ever came calling?
Fuck yeah. Why
I
would
mean,
you?
that's what I'm saying, guys. You know that question. I'm not his son, and I couldn't answer that question for you.
No, of course he
told
would. But he would not. So this is a part of the thing that's funny. Like Ozzy would not turn down a big league managing job unless.
How
like,
close was he in San Diego, by the way? If you
Super
can
close.
answer that.
If Bob Melvin does not come out of the woodworks, Ozzy is the manager.
Wow, man.
Of the Padres.
Well, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful he gets back.
If the Athletics say no, if Athletics say you cannot get out of your contract to Bob Melvin, Ozzy's the manager of the Athletic of the Padres. That he was that he was. I thought that the competition that he was facing was not one that was not Bob Melvin when he was interviewing. People always say, when we heard Bob Melvin, we're like, he's a pretty good manager.
Right. I think he's one of the best in the game.
I think he's one of the best in the game and had success with very little.
Yeah.
And this is like kind of his big moment, and it's great, and we understood that. I was surprised that Buck Showalter was not interviewed by the Padres, to be honest, because of his connection to Manny and the way that Manny would talk about him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But again, I knew Buck Showalter was the guy for the Mets once Max Scherzer said that he was. But that's, again, I think that it was a very good moment for Ozzy and us because Ozzy had not been interviewed for a managerial job. There was rumors of him going to Houston after AJ Hinch, like he might get talked to.
Right.
We knew within like 45 minutes that Ozzy and Dusty are close. And everybody texts, like Ozzy was texting Bochy, Dusty, Soj, Gardy, like they're all texting each other like, hey, did you interview here? Did you do this? Guys talk. And Ozzy, had never really interviewed. First because when the Marlins fired Ozzy after the first year, Ozzy was still in a 4-year contract that paid very, very handsomely.
Right.
And Ozzy said he would not interview with anybody because had he taken a job anywhere else as a coach or as a manager, that team would then have to pay Ozzy's salary and not the Marlins. And Ozzy said, I'm not going to let them get away with that, which maybe might have hurt him in his career. But he said, nah, fuck it. Like they're paying, and they did. So again, those 4-year pass, but no one interviewed him. So it was like those 4 years, like, well, he's not getting interviewed because they know that Ozzy won't take the job. So what's the point? And then after that 4th year, like no one ever brought him up. Writers, which I think it's, guys like John Heyman, who's a fucking tool bag and a loser. And I'll say that to his face saying, Ozzy Guillen was not managing the team. It was Joey Cora. I love Joey Cora to death, but ask any of the players. Ozzy was the manager. Ozzy had a huge role in 2003. So, it was a baseball guy. Things like that.
Right.
They throw out rumors on everybody. Like literally they make a list for like Latino managers and like they put everyone except the only guy without the World Series. Yeah. So, like when that happens, it's like, it's personal.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like the Gary Sheffield comment. Oh, well, he didn't have good defense.
Yeah.
So like, just say you don't like him.
And that's it. Move on.
Then move on. That's fine. Say, hey, you're not on my list because Ozzy, I don't like you. I don't like, that's awesome. That's cool. Ozzy probably doesn't like you either. Like, it's not a big surprise. Like, but so he had never been interviewed. So for the San Diego Padres and their ownership to say, hey, we are looking at all the possible options out there.
Right.
We're going to talk to a guy that has a World Series. We want to hear what he has to say. Number one, I thought that it said a lot from the organization of they're not scared of going outside the box. And it wasn't like this nerdy analytical conversation. I literally actually Ozzy did the interview exactly where I'm sitting at right now.
Oh, wow.
For the job. That's why when I do my Zoom, you see sometimes a picture of Ozzy because I created his account.
Yeah.
It's so funny because he was like, how am I going to do an interview from your house? Like, that was so crazy. But it was great. They literally sat in this room and talked baseball for like a total of like maybe like 9 hours and spread like in 2 days, 2-3 days.
Holy shit. Wow.
But it was all baseball, like where Ozzy came from and, what he thought about the roster and what they had dealt with. But it wasn't like, oh, this guy's launch angles, this. Mm-hmm. And Ozzy said it best, man. He's like, if you guys want analytics, you guys have a department for that. And I understand them and we'll debate. But why would you bring me as the analytical manager? That's
right.
Like in here, if I can, and that's where people get funny because people thought that Ozzy was going to go and like try to get a college degree and be like, I'm gonna be an analytical guy. It's like, dude, like you cannot. He's like, I would laugh myself out of the meeting. But they took a chance and they talked baseball. And I think they're a better organization for it.
Yep.
But I thought that was awesome, and he was very happy, and I was happy because I said, man, I think Ozzy still has it. like meaning
Yeah.
that game.
And he has the love for the game. You know that. That's obvious.
Yeah. But you could lose it, like saying like I don't,
Right.
I might, when you're talking X's and O's, you might feel like you don't have it anymore. That your time's passed, and I don't think that's the case. But again, when he looks around, he's like, I can be, I can manage, I could do this. Seeing Alex win, Ozzy loves Alex like a son.
Yeah.
But that competitive edge also is there of like, if Alex is winning and managing, I could totally be managing and winning. You know what I mean?
Your father would have been the perfect fit for my Yankees.
So that's the part where I'll talk about a story for the ages. Alex in Boston and Ozzy in New York. That would have been some true games to watch on two baseball minds that know a lot of their own tricks going head to head. But that's the and Alex has a lot of, again, so this sounds funny because Ozzy gives Alex a lot of advice in the sense of like, kind of watch out what you say, and the media.
Right.
And Alex has his own thing happening now that he kind of overcame, but Ozzy, he always tells us this, and he's going to say it to his grandkids. When you growing up, he always used to say, always be honest, say what you feel.
Yeah.
You'll be okay. Now he's like, fuck that. Don't be honest. Don't say
right. You gotta lie. Now.
No. He's like, don't. No. Before that was like his mom. He's like to us his advice, like, hey, don't say what you feel.
Right.
Don't get yourself fired.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't do this. Don't do that. So it's hard for him to do this. And again, a couple of years ago, this was his goal, was to be managing at the Caribbean Series and against Austin, because they both were managing in the same year. That would have been really cool. But I think that he still has it. He doesn't think about it, to be honest with you. He loves his media job. He loves being pre and post game show. He loves doing the podcast with us. He loves talking baseball. I think that's what he loves the most, is talking baseball.
Yep.
But in that sense, I don't think that I thought that he was a good fit. This is funny. I'm looking at this one right here. It's from Big Boy 97. What makes people think that Carlos Beltran is going to be a good manager?
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And by the way, if you guys don't know,
but what does it? What where in that correlation? So give me the list of great players that have been great managers, because we're gonna break this down. And again,
Carlos Beltran. People are talking about that because he accepted a job with the Yes Network, so he's going to be a play-by-play guy. I think he's doing 36 games.
Great, and I hope that he's a great play-by-play guy. Is he going to be better than David Cone? I doubt it.
No, Cone's the best.
Cone's very, very good at his job. Hopefully, Carlos can get there. I love the fact that he's still in the game of baseball. I love the fact that he's going to bring a lot of knowledge. But what makes any fan, Yankee fans, any fans, and this happens in Chicago, Jim Thome should be the manager. Franco Rico should be. What makes you think
they were great hitters? I mean,
Carlos Beltran could be a good manager?
Right. And real quick,
too, give me the list of the greatest baseball managers that have been
great hitters.
Great players and great managers. Give me the list.
Real quick, too, Namrock13 says, can you make the game larger? Namrock, this is the first one we've done. The next one, it will be larger. I promise you that. I will make that adjustment.
Yeah, make my face a little shorter.
Me and Ozzy, or whoever's going to be on here, will be a little shrunken, and the game will be a little larger. But yeah, no, Ozzy brings up a good point there, because Yankee fans say, you know why? We're just fed up with Boone. So the Yankee fans want anybody, but at the end of the day, I think Boone could be a good manager if he's allowed to be a manager. And again, he wasn't a great ball player, so he
was not bad. Okay. So here we go. Okay, so we're gonna look at the list. Okay,
let's hear this, because again, I know for a fact Buck Showalter wasn't no ball player.
Okay,
Tony La Russa wasn't.
Okay, Connie Mack.
Okay.
Okay. The reason he won that many games was he's also the owner of the team.
Right.
So I don't count him as he's the greatest, meaning in wins wise, but when you own the team, you're really not firing yourself, Connie. Okay. Greatest manager of baseball in the history of the game, Tony La Russa. Okay.
Right.
Meaning,
Mexico showing off, man. Wow. That was DR right there, getting the last strikeout there, but still down 2-1.
So Tony La Russa hit 199.
Yep.
Got 35 hits. Played big league baseball for a total of 122 games.
Okay. So not even a full season.
I'm not thinking superstar when I'm thinking
Right.
Tony.
Right.
So let's go back. I'm looking at this list and I'm like, the only guy that I even know that had a remotely good career as a player, right off the top of my head, is probably when I'm going down the list. And my computer is being really dumb right now. Okay, here we go. Why is Manny Hackett keep showing up first?
Joe Torre, I know, was one.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. I think Joe Torre is the guy.
Yeah.
Meaning, okay, so John McGraw, I don't know how good of a baseball player he was, so let me look him up. Player, baseball. And this is a guy that's got the most win after Tony.
John McGraw.
Okay, so we got McGraw, we got Bobby Cox, who wasn't a phenomenal player.
Right.
Got Joe Torre, very, very good player, meaning he was an MVP one year.
Right.
So I think Joe Torre. So let's just go down off the bat. So McGraw, we're going to look up. Bobby Cox was not a good player. Sparky Anderson, I don't think was a big league player for a long time. Okay, so Bucky Harris, McCarthy, Walter Alston, Luke Dorcher, and Bruce Bochy. I know that none of them. I know that Bochy wasn't a great player, but I need to look up the other guys. Baker was not a horrible player, so he might be there. Casey Stangel, I don't even know. Yeah, he played. So Jim Leland did not play in the big leagues, so he's out. Lou Piniella, not a
horrible player.
Not a horrible player. Mike Scioscia, not a horrible player.
Yeah.
Tommy Lasorda, horrible baseball player. Buck did not play big leagues. So Buck did not play in the big leagues. Earl Weaver did not play in the big leagues.
All right.
Al Lopez. So Joe Madden did not play in the big leagues. Bob Melvin was a decent player. So everyone on the 1,000 win list, Girardi was a decent player.
Girardi was decent, yeah, but none of these guys were superstars.
So Frank Robinson has 1,000 wins, and he's a Hall of Famer as a baseball.
Correct.
So I think that Frank Robinson is probably the best combination of both.
All around, yeah, because even somebody said like Yogi Berra, but Yogi Berra was known.
But he didn't win a World Series, and again, he managed for 16 seasons. So getting 1,000 wins is not that hard when you manage that long. Bud Black. Man, Bud Black's almost got 1,000 wins. That's crazy.
Good manager.
Terry Conlon.
But see, that's the thing when it comes to, like you said about Carlos Beltran. People see a good ball player and they go, okay, he could be a good manager, and that's not that's right. But that hasn't been the case.
I don't see anybody in that Beltran stratosphere. Right. Beltran we're talking about Carlos Beltran. We're having him in a conversation as we're having him as a conversation as a legit Hall of Fame candidate. Yep. Did somebody say Yogi Berra was a horseshit manager?
Horrible manager, and that's what they did say that, by the way. So give them a little credit. They did say he was a bad manager.
Yeah, great player. Oh, great. Okay, Brad, got it, Brad. Billy Martin. Actually, you know what? Billy Martin was a pretty good baseball player.
He was a good ball player too. Yeah, he was.
Good ball player. He was. You know what? Who brought that? Hirsch.
And Billy Martin. Yeah, Hirsch is always on his game. Billy Martin is a great manager too, man. One of the things I love to listen to his stories about Mickey Mantle. About him and Mickey Mantle. Great stuff.
So I think that those guys, when you're looking at, but I always like to ask people, like, why do you think that? Okay. Of a manager or a player, like, why do you think he's going to be good, especially for a manager? So talking about Mickey Mantle for the Yankee fans. So I had a chance to be around Moose. I always pronounce his name wrong. Scrollin?
Yeah.
We call him Moose all the time.
Scrollin, yep.
So
Robbie Cano getting his third at bat here against Bernardino now.
Moose is one of Mickey Mantle's best friends.
Yeah.
So like legitimately had like all this memorabilia from like Mickey Mantle signed. Like that was like his boy. Huge White Sox guy, was an ambassador. And Moose was always like in the booth when I was around. We really liked each other. Like one of my internships, I was like literally following Moose around. And
base hit up the middle for Cano.
Again, I told you he's looking great. The way that he's approaching, approaching. If you right now, if you're a Mets fan, you got to see him as
you're happy.
You're happy
Oh yeah.
for him
Oh yeah.
to the way that he's performing. So going back to that, it's like the stories that he had about about Mantle were mind blowing. Okay. They were like so awesome of just from his playing days that, man, I really, really miss those because again, Mickey Mantle's not a guy that I got to see play. Is one of those guys that, it's the way that he grew the game, what he means to Yankee fans and all that would have been probably the guy on my list that I would have loved to play, like see him play.
Oh
again, he greats, but I'm not a Garrett guy. He looked boring.
Yeah. He was built like a tank, man.
Garrett
was built like a tank.
Yeah, those guys are all, but Garrett, I think Garrett would. I don't think he looked like he had a lot of fun. But again, I don't know enough about him. Joe DiMaggio looked like he was a miserable dude. Again,
Joe had Mickey Mantle was definitely the most fun.
That's what I mean. So when I look at Mickey Mantle, I really like gravitate towards him. Like, man, this guy would have been like really cool to watch play. And again, the style makes the fan of the player. But that was like the guy that I would have loved to see out of like all the Yankee greats. And Babe Ruth is like, okay, cool, dude. You played in the league. Like literally you were like the best guy in the league and that's awesome. But I don't know how well he might have done in different eras. I think those guys.
It would be interesting. I always think about that. It'd be very interesting.
Well, I think the other Yankee, like when you look at Mickey Mantle videos and like Gehrig and DiMaggio, you could see like flares of like greatness of like I think they would have been great in any era. Like they were doing things that were. When I look at Babe Ruth's swing and like the ball coming out, I'm like,
Yeah, even like his wind up, like even pulling back on the way he loaded up. He loaded up so heavy.
Yeah, Hirsch has asked me if I know Hawk Harrelson. I know Hawk Harrelson, not you. Thank God he's still alive. Hawk Harrelson. I actually told Hawk that he needs to create his autobiography to an audiobook, but he has to be the one reading it.
Oh man, that'd be so cool.
I have an obsession with Hawk Harrelson. He's hands down one of the most interesting men in the world. Okay. Hawk has a book out there, not his current biography, but there was an unauthorized biography that was written by a reporter while Hawk was still playing.
Right.
And it's probably the best writing of anyone about a professional athlete because it is so effing funny. Okay. At the end of the book, there's a test to see how well you know Hawk Harrelson. And it's got questions like, what shape was Hawk's bed? And it's like a heart, because he did have a heart.
Really?
Yes. The book is, I think this is when he was still playing. He's kind of embarrassed about it now, but it's like stories of him and Joe Namath, but like talk about like ahead of his time with like the media and marketing, and people don't know this about Hawk. He was actually a very, very good athlete, probably one of the best athletes ever come out of Georgia, like a 3-star athlete, could have played any other 3 sports in college or professional, they say.
Yeah. But
the story, like the book is like first chapter is like, what's Hawk's best sport? And he goes, it's pool. Pool shark at like 12. And then he says things like, he says things like, I used to wake up in the morning and look myself in the mirror and say, don't you die on me, you handsome son of a bitch. So like that's Hawk. And I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome. So yes, one of the guys that I bring up on the show, Manny Acta would have been a great choice by any of those teams. Manny Acta is a great manager. Never had the chance to manage a good one. Manny Acta's he's always been giving trash teams. So I think he's a great manager. I think that he's a really good manager, has been able to do a lot with a lot of bad teams. Again, and this is a part where people get mad when I say this again. I want Booney to prove himself because with Boone's team, you're going to be 500. That team's that good.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I think that Manny has never gotten a team that he really exceeds. Like, this team needs to win. But I think that I think that he's a great manager.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot of the old stories of these players. I mean, I watched the movie 61. It's one of the best movies, I think, baseball movies that you could see with Mantle and Maris. And it's just so interesting to see that Mickey abused his body the way he did. and was still such a great ball player. And for the people that talk about what average doesn't matter, one of the things he talks about was that he thought his father would have been more happy towards him if he was a 300 hitter. He ended up being a 298 hitter, and that killed him. He hated that. So it's amazing because I don't get Ozzy. I don't get the argument about average. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I always say it's a new wave thing because it is. I'd never heard about it growing up. I'd never heard anybody say we can have a guy hitting 210 in our lineup and it's okay. I never remember that. I never remember that growing up. If you were doing what some of these guys did, and even if you hit homers, you wouldn't have made it. But now it's weird. It's a very odd thing in baseball.
It's Rob Deer's mentality. There's a guy in the White Sox organization. Again, he had an injury to his neck, and again, this is previous to my age. I'm outdating myself here, but I read a lot and I ask a lot. I'm a baseball guy, and I ask questions about this guy was good and compare and whatnot. And I make fun of like a lot of times like guys the way they played, and because again I believe in mechanics and whatnot, and power and training. But there's a guy, Ron Kittle. Okay. Ron Kittle. Everybody tells, including Ozzy, said Ron Kittle would hit the ball 700 feet.
Holy shit!
But like he's like, dude, this guy was. And Ozzy played with a lot of powerful guys, like probably one of the most raw power. And today, when you say hi to Ron Kittle and you shake his hand, you're like, this guy's, he's still jacked.
Yeah.
But he couldn't hit other than when he would go deep.
Yep.
Okay. And he was Rookie of the Year, and everything was about home runs for him. And unfortunately, his injury, but he was a guy that a lot of people consider borderline great because again, it was like, he's a prospect, but it's all power.
Yeah.
It's he can't do anything else. Now he might be making $500 million, and they're telling him swing for the fences every single time that he's playing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Back then, it's like, hey, you better put the ball in play, because if not, you're not. This guy hit 100. So this is the power. This is the type of power that I'm talking about. He hit 176 home runs in 843 games. So just natural power. This guy hit 32, 35 back then when no one was going deep that much.
Wow.
So again, he struck out 150 times, led the league in 1983.
And that's a 150. Think about it now.
And hitting 254. And people were like, yeah, that's not. So
now he would have been a superstar getting a gigantic contract.
I'll give you an example. So he hit in 1984, he hit 32 home runs. Okay. And hit 215, struck out 137 times. And he is not even on the top 30, I don't think, for MVP.
Wow. Oh, Ozuna. Oh, not deep enough. I thought he got a bit of that ball.
Did you see his hop?
Yeah. First and third, 2 outs. DR threatening here. I thought he got a lot more of that ball.
Also, Paulo Ball's not jumping a lot.
Let me tell you something, man. Only Dominican that should be jumping is Sammy Sosa, okay? Until you give him credit again, until you got Sosa's back and you stop the Sammy screw job, no Dominican player should be jumping.
Nobody. They should be honoring him in the. So Willie Hernandez was the MVP. Yep, he did not finish in the top 30. Did not finish.
Wow. Baseball was a different game. I guess it was just a different game back then. That's the only way it is. I think we got too much strikeouts in baseball now.
So Ryan Sandberg. So I'm looking at the American.
Ryan Sandberg, yeah.
So I'm looking at the American League right now, and obviously Willie Hernandez is a pitcher, but Herbeck, first base, 311, 27 home runs. This is where people laugh and people say that average doesn't matter. OBP, right. 383. So not bad at all.
Right.
Okay. And then, so this is laugh. This is like when I laugh. Eddie Murray, OBP, 410, 306 batting average, 29 home runs. Probably should have been the MVP.
Yeah.
And then, so no one has an OBP under 300, okay, in the top voting. And there's like half of them have it over 370. and then everyone's hitting over 280. There's only 254, one guy, and Lance Parrish 237. That's like the lowest batting average.
Right.
And that's everyone is hitting except Willie Wilson in the list. Everyone's hitting more than 15 home runs. So when you break it like that,
tells you enough.
More power today.
Yeah, it tells you everything you need to know. I tell you what, I hope Major League Baseball.
He missed it.
Oh no, here we go. Oh, I was about to say that. Yeah, that was strike 3. That was not. I thought he was going to call. I was going to say automated umps. Let's get the robots out there.
Don't get me started on automated umps.
I'll talk about that, but I want to say one thing real quick. Major League Baseball, please do me a favor, because I'm seeing this in the Caribbean League here. I never seen this before, and they're talking about doing it too. Please, I don't want to see DraftKings logos on jerseys. I hope they don't do it. You're seeing you got Presidente here on that, and I get that. I understand it. But you got all the logos all over the place. I hope Major League Baseball doesn't go that far.
Major League Baseball has always stayed away from doing that, from putting.
But now all the gambling stuff that are going to get ready to start coming out, who knows?
Yeah. So again, maybe they can put something in the outfield, but and then are you going to be the first?
You can't do that to the Yankee uniform. You can't do that to that.
So are you going to be the first guy that's going to sell out and put a name on the jersey?
Right.
Because the Nike logo is on the chest of the Yankees jersey, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So I would have never thought I was going to see that before.
Me either. Soon we're going to see DraftKings and stuff like that on jerseys.
So that's going to be a very interesting thing, like when you see that being broken down, because again, it's a money situation. But are we going to start seeing more, games, teams like soccer where you see more of that type of promotion?
Yeah, look at this. My man Philo in the comments there says, I'm Dominican. I agree. Sosa was screwed. And he still is. He's still being screwed to this day.
The Sosa screw job. Get your shirt.
NYY.news/shop. Go get it. It's called the Sammy screw job. No doubt about it. It's happening. Let's support Sammy. Let's get Sammy. We got to get Sammy on.
You know what? I would love to do an interview with Sammy.
That would be awesome.
He's like he just disappeared, man. Like he
completely, man. And
again,
God,
can you blame the guy? But still, like I just feel bad because Palmeiro and those guys, like they didn't do a lot, right? In the sense that they didn't get used. Like Sammy Sosa was a billboard.
Oh my God, come on!
Like Sammy was going around Latin America, hitting in home run derbies by himself to raise money for charity. Yeah.
I told you I watched the documentary on it, and it was amazing, man. I said, man, Sammy was something special. And that's why I sit there and I see him like, come on, DR. DR, you got to do better, man.
People talk about like patriotic and like loving, your country and doing that. Like the moment Sammy, and again, that's talking about people talk about Perreo, the biggest show up. That's like a cool thing. Sammy going deep and then pulling out the American flag.
Oh, come on, man.
You know what I mean? Like now that you at that moment that was like, whoa, but like now, like imagine if a player did that now.
They'd be called names.
Do you think that he get called names?
Yeah, probably. He'd probably get called like did he some far right leaner or something.
Yeah, so like but what happened if like somebody takes out a Dominican flag, they're gonna say, oh my God, but he didn't even do the Dominican flag, and then he would do the signs. Like he did so many things that were like ahead of their time. Of
no doubt about it.
I'm gonna win the games just to see him, hit. And then you had the mark on the other side. Like,
yep.
I remember sitting in Venezuela with my dad, who never watches baseball, with my family in our baseball room, watching them do the chase, for the home runs. Like me watching it there, my dad's playing. Like everyone was like into my whole family. Like, they're going, they're doing the chase. Like my dad calling in and saying, hey, you guys watching? Like everyone tune in. And this is before the social media thing. Like, and it was that, it was that big. It was that important. That's
it was
crazy.
Everything, man. That race was everything. I remember sitting in, because some of the games we didn't get to see. So me and my dad, we would sit on like what is MLB Game Day now, and we would wait for the home run to pop up. That's how we watched it with Sammy and Mac. And I mean, God, still to this day, to me, the best baseball season of all time.
1998, right?
Yeah, definitely. The New York Yankees. If you're a Yankee fan, was maybe the greatest team of all time.
Yeah.
And then you have Mack and Sosa. Griffey was great that year. You just had so much going on. It was just an amazing year for baseball. And I just feel like baseball owes those guys. They owe them. They owe them. And they shouldn't be treated the way they are. The Chicago Cubs telling Sam he has to apologize before he comes back.
That's nuts.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's nutty at best.
So that's probably why he stays away. Sammy's a good businessman. He's living a good life. He probably
actually
stays the hell with it.
He's a citizen of the country of Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
Allegedly for business reasons.
Yeah, so he's probably saying, you know what, the hell with it. I'm living. Oh yeah, like somebody just said. Brad just said in the comment section. I remember Sosa running on the field at the September 11th with the American flag. Yeah, he ran around the whole thing.
Correct.
He put 2 countries on his back, man, and that's an and a lot of guys don't do that, by the way. A lot of guys don't do that.
That's the cross the Yankee series season. I would love to see the ratings for that year.
Oh, it had to be amazing. It had to be amazing. I mean, think about like everything that happened during those years too. The home run chick stick, the long ball. Remember that? That was the big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they created all that. That was them. That was Mac. That was Mac and Sosa.
Yankees wins good times for the Yankees. 114 wins. Cleveland.
Altogether 125. Altogether 125.
The Texas Rangers are leading the division, and then we got the Braves, Houston, and the Padres.
All great teams. Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn was the only guy that beat the Yankees up that series. Yep. Still couldn't get Tony Gwynn out.
That's the year that Braves lost. That's why we were in bed as well watching this stuff. That's the World Series. That's why we beat the Cubs. The Braves beat the Cubs. That was a great Sammy watching that.
And guys, again, we got well over 300 in here. Please get the likes up, subscribe to the channel if you have not. For anybody new in here, NY News TV.
This is how good NY News is. You guys got as many follow. We're watching as many of you guys are watching live as I got in my YouTube channel. What the hell?
Go follow that. And guys, by the way, too, if you want an easy way to find Ozzy's channel that is not with the podcast here on NY News TV, go to NY News TV right now. Click on the podcast at Ozzy Guillen's World. It'll be right there in the description. And Ozzy's going to share it, too, so that makes it easier. So, guys, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on Ozzy's channel.
This is funny. So, you know what? This is how we're going to get Ozzy on the show to do a live. When we hit 1,000 followers, I'm going to do a live with Ozzy, and we're just going to do a round table. So this is funny about Yankees fans. So don't get your butts hurt. You know that Ozzy had a no trade clause to New York?
That's going to be great to talk about.
As a player. I'm saying as a player.
No, I know. That's hilarious. That's great.
So again, this is really funny. So when you're in Latin America, like New York is New York.
Right.
Like you want to go to New York. You're a baseball fan. It's like, so I never, so growing up, when people talk about, oh, did you go to Yankee Stadium as a kid? Well, what's a kid? So I didn't go to Yankee Stadium as like a 7-year-old or 8-year-old. I didn't go to Yankee Stadium till literally 1997, 96.
Okay.
Like in the 90s.
All right.
So we were a little bit older. So like I went to other cities early on in my youth. Like I remember going to Arlington, Texas, at like 7 years old. Again, my dad played in the American League, but it was like every time we were like, we want to go to New York, because my parents were like, there's like family trips, like, where do you guys want to go this year? And every year we're like, we want to go to New York. And they're like, oh, no, New York is not for kids. So we go to Anaheim. So the first time we went to New York was when we were older, and we loved it, the lights and stuff. And he was like, New York didn't look like this when I was playing. And then obviously we kept loving it more. We got older and older, but we're like, George Steinbrenner always wanted to make a trade, I guess, for Ozzy. They always needed a shortstop, never had a shortstop,
right? Like
a solidified guy in the 90s. And we
Can
always
you imagine how popular Ozzy would have been in New York?
So that's funny that he says it, because I'm always like, hey man, do you regret that you didn't go to free agency, or that you didn't, that you never tested that out? And he's like, I really don't, because everyone, I really had a really good time in Chicago, but I was like, but you weren't ever curious. And he's like, no, like, I was very lucky, but I was like you didn't want to be a Yankee, like you're there. And he's like, well, we gotta remember this. Like the Yankees sucked when I played. Like they were like horrible, but they always wanted to. He's like, you know what though? But they always wanted to make a trade for me. And after my second contract, I was scared that I was gonna get traded in New York in like the middle of the year because George would probably make an offer to the White Sox for cash.
Yeah.
And Jerry would take it and then like figure something out. And my agent was like, okay, we'll do is we'll put a no trade clause. And
that's what he got.
And we'll put the cities that you didn't want to go to. So New York.
That is so funny.
So it's funny now because it's like, dude, I'm like, you weren't thinking about marketing? He's like, no, it was the 80s, man. Nobody was thinking about
the
marketing.
80s, to be fair, New York was an absolute cesspool in the 80s.
So that's what I'm saying.
New York
So
City,
him,
no
like,
doubt about it.
But he's also talking about like baseball. Like his belief, he's not like, oh, I'm thinking about how am I going to market myself.
Right.
That's the way that he viewed it. Which again, I think that it's just funny that he saw it that way.
Yeah, and how much I would love to know, like, they say like the butterfly effect of how things change if you do something. I would have loved to see what the trajectory would have been, to that of Ozzy's career. Had he even played, played under George, George would be like, this guy's brilliant. I love him. I want him. Could be a manager.
So I'll be honest with you. I think that one of the things that gets Ozzy hired, is the fact that the Marlins played the Yankees in the World Series. So they play in Chicago. So I think everything happens for a reason. So Ozzy's a third base coach. So for everyone that's watching that doesn't know the backstory. So most people think that
Ozzy got a W over the Yankees in the World Series.
Well, he also got an L, and his only World Series is that.
Right.
But so this is funny. So most guys manage winter ball, coach, build their career up. What's his name? The Venezuelan bench coach for the Yankees.
Venezuelan bench right now?
Yeah,
Mendoza.
So Carlitos actually played on my dad's team in Venezuela, like the young Carlitos, like the team that my dad belongs to. So you play winter ball, so you coach. So Ozzy always wanted to like be a coach and a manager. He always talked about like coaching, and he always knew he was going to stay in the game. He always like, I didn't think I made enough money, so I was going to go work, and I like working. And this is before media and whatnot. So Ozzy retires. With the Bobby Cox thing, it was like more evident that he wanted to be a coach and a manager.
Right.
Bobby was a huge influence on him. But then he retires, and when he retires, Ozzy thought that he would get offers like from Venezuelan teams, like, hey, come manage my winter ball team, come manage my minor league team. And again, Latinos weren't very popular in the sense of like not everyone was getting hired like the way they do now.
Right.
And Ozzy retired he was like a 38-year-old retiree. So they were like, he might be too young. So Ozzy was actually turned down by a lot of teams to get a minor league job.
Wow.
And he was getting offered like single A. And again, luck and knowing people has a lot to do with it.
Of course.
And Ozzy, Jeff Torborg, his former manager, called him and said, I need a backup shortstop to come to Montreal with me, a backup shortstop / coach player, because I'm going to need help, in the clubhouse and whatnot. And I think that you're the perfect fit. And Ozzy said, I'm done playing. I'll come and I'll be your coach, but I'm not playing. He's like, oh, but I need a shortstop. I was like, well, go find someone.
Right. Find a damn shortstop.
I'm retired. And, he was like, unless I get he's like, I'm done. Like, I didn't get a deal. At the time was Boston. They wanted to sign with them, and he was released, but it wasn't a guarantee. It was basically till Garcia Parra came back. I didn't do that. So starts coaching Montreal, crappy team. Nobody goes to the stadium, and his career starts. And he tells my mom, like, basically, like, hey, I'm going to do this like a college. I'm going to coach for 5 years. And if I'm not a big league manager, I'm done, because I'm not coaching forever.
Right.
And Marlins become the Montreal screw job, like the Sammy screw job.
Yeah.
The baseball Montreal screw job is how the Marlins organization stole the team from Montreal, but they become the Yankee. Like, they become the Marlins. The Marlins then go to the Jeff Torborg goes in. It's funny because the reason I say Yankees was the owner of the Marlins was obsessed with the Yankees, and he's a huge Yankee fan.
Yes, correct.
So he loved Ozzy. He loved that Billy Martin type of in your face baseball guy. My dad loves talking baseball, so he was a big fan of that. So he goes in. The Marlins become they go for like Pudge. They start spending. They become a really good team.
Yep.
Like under Jeff Torborg. Season starts off slow. Jeff gets canned. Okay. They fire Jeff Torborg. So Ozzy that day in the stadium, he was like packing his stuff. And Jeffrey Loria and the guys, they loved Ozzy as a coach.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, no. And I think at that time, Ozzy, they might have thought he might be a good choice, but he might not be ready. And Ozzy told him, I said, when they asked him to the meeting, he said, I'm not managing interim manager or anything. He's like, I'm not taking that job from Jeff. And he's like, no, we want you to stay because you know the manager. My dad's like, what? No, I'm not staying. Jeff Torborg convinces Ozzy and says, hey man, stay. Like, this is your career. You know, managers get fired. This is what happens.
Right.
And he stays, and he had no idea, you know, who the manager was going to be. And when he gets into the office, it's Trader Joe. It's Jack McKeon.
Yep.
Trader Jack comes in, and most people don't know this, but Jack McKeon was the general manager when Ozzy signed with them. He was in the organization when Ozzy, it's like manager, then GM. He had all these roles in San Diego when Ozzy was signed at 60 years old. So Jack's known my dad his whole life, meaning in the baseball. It's funny because Jack said, so my dad killed my grandma so he can go back to Venezuela spring training. He said, my mom's dead. I got to go back to Venezuela. And like, Jack saw him like in an all-star game, and my grandma was there. And he was like, hey, can you, I'd like you to meet my mom. And Jack was like, wait, I thought your mom died in that spring training. He's like, oh no, I like Jack always had that like in his head. So he stays with Jack. Jack's like, hey man, I need you to manage the first couple of days while I get to know the guys, and I've heard great things, and I want you to work together. You know, I'm old, and Ozzy's like, I just want to learn from you, and he's like, I want to be a big league manager. And Jack says, I'll help you become a big league manager. Maybe here, you know, in the future. I'm old. He's like, I don't even know. So let's prepare you to be a manager. Team takes off. They do amazing. Ozzy and that team so Ozzy's really good friends with Pudge at the time. Uga Urbina, they trade him to come. Uga Urbina gets traded to come to the Marlins. Uga was on the team. Good friends with Ozzy. Miguel Cabrera and him, the year before that he was in minor league, had become good friends. So Alex Gonzalez. So a lot of guys that were around that were Latino that gravitated towards Ozzy like as a coach.
Right.
And a lot of young guys, Josh Beckett, like Ozzy was only 38. So a lot of bonding with the players, meaning, you know, Ozzy, I guess, was like he was a player. There was actually a player that had played with Ozzy, Mordecai, Fox, Andy Fox, former
Andy
Yankee.
Fox, yep. Andy Fox, yeah.
So a lot of guys that could have been coaches. So Ozzy was very close guys, very close to the Marlins, players of that year. And he was a great third base coach. And they win. So they get into the playoffs. Obviously, the media is like Jack McKeon, this old guy. And Jack's like, he did a really good job of promoting it. So they go to Chicago. So the Chicago media is like, oh my God, Ozzie Guillen's back. And he's like, and Jack McKeon made it a point like, Ozzie Guillen's a great third base coach, future manager. Maybe here in Miami, maybe somewhere. He's a future manager. So they basically, you know, he promotes the crap out of him. And the Chicago media at the time, you know, they're looking for a manager. Okay. And ironically, Jay Mariotti writes a column.
Very, very good friend of your father, by the way.
Well, later they became whatever. It's funny because Jay Mariotti writes a whole column, okay, about how Ozzie Guillen needs to become the next White Sox manager.
Right.
And it's one of those things like they had like Carlton Fisk and this, and Jay Mariotti said Ozzie Guillen is like coaching third base for this winning team, and it was like this bunch of unknown players, and basically Jack was like Ozzie, you know, it was the Jack McKeon and Ozzie show. Like it was like a son basically type of relationship, and Ozzie basically, you know, went there and they won. So they were like, oh my God, they won, they won, and then they go to the next round, okay? And they play the San Francisco Giants, okay?
Right.
And it's funny because most people say, why Ozzy's so obsessed with Felipe Alou getting into the Hall of Fame? Ozzy has a lot of respect for Felipe because he wanted to be Felipe Alou. So in San Diego, they asked in San Francisco in the series, they asked him about Latino managers, and he in his list says Ozzie Guillen, third base coach against us, Marlins. I think that he'll be a manager very soon. He's very good. Look at the success they've had. He's one of the guys. So they start writing about it. So all this, they beat them. All this was going into the greatest media in baseball.
Right.
So when he went to New York, a lot of the players were unknown. So a lot of the media had covered Ozzy as a player. So Ozzy was getting more media coverage than you would normally do.
Right.
Because everybody's like, this guy's going to be a manager. Okay.
He had that hype around him.
There was a hype. And again, Ozzy was very buzzing, and Joe Torre at the time was like, so they would ask Joe, and Joe said, it's a very young team with a young coaching staff, and you guys that are upcoming. And so it's like this huge thing in New York, the New York Times, and everything's like around him. So he's getting all this exposure. And I think because of that, the White Sox say, we're going to interview Ozzy. And then them winning the World Series in New York, it even became that bigger of a story.
Yeah.
Because every single time they're saying, thank you to this guy and players and everybody. And I think that doesn't happen. I don't think that if they don't play those teams in the playoffs, if they don't play the Yankees and they don't beat the Yankees, I think that he might be the Marlins manager, never the White Sox manager. I think Jack stays there, and Ozzy stays there with Jack for the next 2-3 years. And that's funny when talking about not needing a job. When Ozzy went to interview with the White Sox, he was like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is what I'm going to do. You guys take it or leave it, because I know I'm going to be a big league manager in the Marlins. I live in Miami. At the time he lived in Miami. Right. I live in Miami. I live 5 minutes from my house. I live on the beach. I know all the players that I have. I manage the future best. I'm going to manage the best player in baseball.
Miguel Cabrera, yep.
Miguel Cabrera, who's like my son. Okay, so what do you guys have to, what's up? And they were like, man, this guy knows what he's bringing, and he brought that swag. And the story is, the Marlins, when they brought him back, they always felt like they had missed on their guy. Had they had kept Ozzy, they probably could have done a little bit more winning consecutively.
Yeah, what a team they had.
Jack got a little bit older, so that's why Ozzy comes back. But I don't think any of that happens when we're talking about consequences. I don't think any of that happens unless those 3 teams are played against, and Ozzy ends up against the Yankees. It's funny because there's a famous meeting, Game 6. They have a meeting in Game 5, and they're talking about who the Game 6 starter is going to be. And it's Mark Redmond or Josh Beckett on short rest.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, analytics guys, they had him back then too, say Mark Redmond needs to start. We need to save everything for a Game 7. At the time, Ozzy was a little smarter, meaning being vocal. He only talked to Jack McKeon. So the guys leave the office, and Ozzy and Jack stay by themselves. And Ozzy told Jack, and he said, I don't want people to know that this is coming from me and stuff. And he goes, I think you need to start Josh Beckett. Ozzy had already talked to Josh. Josh had a chip on his shoulder, and he was like, he really wanted to pitch a lot. He was ready to go, and he was untouchable that year.
Oh my God, amazing. Amazing.
And Jack says, well, can Josh pitch? And he says, yes, he's ready. Well, why do you want Josh? He goes, if we go play a Game 7 in Yankee Stadium against this team, Sandy Koufax could be on the mound, and we're probably going to lose.
Right.
Game 7, Yankee Stadium, these guys are probably going to crap their – it's just nothing ever happens great in Yankee Stadium in a Game 7. And
leadoff double for DR.
So didn't they come back in this inning?
Nah, they might. Top of the 7th. Leadoff double.
Top of the 7th, it's getting grimy. So Ozzy basically Jack McKeon took the advice from a coach. They talked to the other coaches. They say, if Josh can go, he should go. Yeah. Jack McKeon made that decision that night and said, Josh Beckett, you're the pitcher. And,
look at that. The rest is history.
So I think that, and Jack talked about that in the story. So a lot of people, a lot of things happen in that series and in that stuff that only wouldn't have happened unless they would have played another team.
And then Ozzy goes on to win the World Series 2 years later.
I think it would have been better if they would have like held off a couple years.
Really?
Like if I had like a perfect career to plan, this is so stupid. But
he won the World Series.
That's what I mean. But I mean, if I could plan it, like if I had a time machine and I could plan the World Series, I would have been like 2004, we missed the playoffs. 2005, get to the playoffs.
Oh, and then further down.
2006, get to the National League, to the American League Championship Series. Maybe like make the playoffs twice and then win it. Like,
you think it was too quick?
Win it year 4. And then like people are like, oh my God. And then you got 4 more years down. I think that he came in, in 89 games, won the next year. The next year they win 90 games, missed the playoffs because we didn't have this watered down playoff stuff.
Right.
So Ozzy managed in the worst time for playoffs. Like he would have been in the playoffs like 5 years out of the years that he managed.
Of course.
With
the second wild card, yeah.
But then people got Yankee syndrome. We're good. We need to win every year, and they couldn't. They kind of came back in 08 and they tried to catch Ozzy at the time. And after 08, he was like, "This team's good, but we're not good enough to win a World Series. Let's blow it up and let's rebuild for like 2-3 years." At the time, they had just they were looking to get guys, draft younger players, and the White Sox at the time, they were riding the wave of 2005. They wanted to capture that old passion of winning a World Series, and they wanted to keep riding it out. And 2009 they missed by a lot. 2010 they competed, but they missed. And remember, Chris Sale was drafted by the White Sox in 2010. So they were drafting really well early, in those times. So Ozzy was like all about the rebuild early on, like the first, but the Sox tried to put teams together. They signed Adam Dunn, and they signed.
I remember all those. Nothing worked out.
Never worked out. Like, they were never able to put it together.
Right.
100%. So yeah, and then the Marlins came calling. The White Sox traded him to the Marlins because they weren't going to extend him. Kind of like the Bob Melvin situation.
Yep.
No one brings it up because obviously Bob Melvin, they won't bring it up. That he basically did the same thing to Oakland. I'm getting paid somewhere else.
Right.
And the rest is history. But again, that was I don't think any of that happens had that setup not been that way. And I think right here, this at bat is a huge one.
Huge. So
I want to. This is the hardest thing about covering a game like this. This is why it's challenging managing in this setup. Is that you don't know who's coming in from the pen.
Right.
So, Jared Wilson is an import pitching. So they just hit. William Rosario just got pinch hit for by Jordani Baldespin. So
that's a baseball name for you.
Yes, it is. Well, they have no out, so they're trying to put the ball in play and move the runner to at least force that. I wonder what the rule is with extra innings in.
I don't know. I don't know if they follow. I don't think they would follow
No, they don't follow. Do they put the runner on second?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't think they. I wonder if they would do that. That's interesting. Yeah, we may find out. DR might tie this game up here to try to move the runner over. Valda spin. Look at that. He got a good spin rate. Maybe we got to get this guy in the mound.
Any NMLB news lately? Yeah, it's still in lockout.
Yeah, that's it. That truly is it. Unfortunately.
Well, you know what?
Unfortunately, that's it.
They're negotiating, and again, I'm very glad that they haven't taken it to Twitter.
Correct. I know, right? Thank God.
And what I'm talking about taking it to Twitter is, players discussing just situations in general. Okay, of what they're talking, what they're discussing.
Arby says the Sammy screw job. Yep, you got that right.
Sammy screw job, indeed. And I changed my picture on my.
I saw that, man. When I saw it, I said, Ozzy's going to bat for Sammy. I love this.
I am. You know what? Again, it's
gotta do it.
And I hate writing the Latino. I hate that crap.
But that's my fiance's the same way. Just say the same thing.
Yeah, I just want to be great at anything that I do, and I don't dwell on it's the greatest country ever. But it's funny because we get excited over such little things like David Ortiz got into the Hall of Fame. David deserves to be there, but you're screwing other guys that are getting in.
It's messed up, man.
So like when Ozzy became the manager, it's like, no, I want to be the manager, and I want other guys to be the managers, and I don't want other guys to just be like Alex or guys to be like, this guy or that guy. I want guys to be like whatever the F they want to be. Like, I don't want there to be a mold. I want him to be a guy that's like Hispanic, like Mendoza, and be into analytics. And I want there to be a guy, because again, Ozzy was able to be that way. But like, for example, with Mendoza, which is probably what the Yankees need, was a guy like Ozzy, like in your face, like, not like he might not have a job with the Yankees.
That's right. No, he wouldn't. I'll tell you right now, he wouldn't.
And again, Mendoza needs that because I was like, I play, man. I don't need this. Like that chip on your shoulder of like, I'm just rogue.
Yeah.
It's very hard for him to like, he was like, I could do that because I wasn't scared, but he's like, I can see how that being an issue. So like, he's like, if you're a Hispanic manager right now, like Carlitos Mendoza gets a shot.
Yeah. They
say, boom, you're fired in the middle of the year. And they put Carlitos. And they come down from New York and they give him a lineup and they say, this is what you're going to do. And they put it all on paper.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't hate him for just doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not there. It's like, how do I? It's very hard because you're like, you're there, and then you're like, you really needs to be able to be able to call that, and that's a hard situation to be in. Completely. So
yeah. So now look, and now we have a walk. We got first and second with nobody out for DR.
So for everybody out there that's an analytical fan that is against the walk there, that's how you set up the double play.
I got the Dominican baseball ready. Oh, look at that. Going for the bunt here. Oh, wow. You like this call or no?
So who's hitting behind him? So this is the situation. I like it because they're playing for the tie. Okay, it's a seventh inning.
Smart.
You want to at least put the tie up. So Valdez, so Jordan Valdez-Speen gets the walk. Rivas is going to
up now. Yep.
He's 0 for 2. He's the catcher.
Good idea. Hitter. You don't want him to hit the ball on the ground and get a double play.
You don't want him to hit the ball on the ground for a double. Usually catcher, by the way, I don't need to be an analytical guy. Catchers usually are great double play hitters.
Yeah, exactly.
So again, oh my God, people were like, oh my God, you're so smart. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's baseball. Like, it's not, I don't need an analytics. I don't need to like look up.
And the stadium is pumping, man. The stadium is pumping right now.
Oh, of course, it's jumping. And again, you got the top of the order with 1 out. So you got a runner with good speed in Serie.
Oh, fouled the bunt away, 0-2.
And of course, you know who's coming up? Hansel Alberto.
Oh, yeah.
With 2 outs. So
you know what I need? I want a Robbie Cano home run, so I could just say this. Robbie Cano, don't you know? I got to do it. I got to get the John Sterling in there if we get a Robbie.
So how did you feel about Robbie juicing as a Yankee fan? Were you like, no? Because you guys have a lot of. So when Yankee fans talk about juicing, I'm like,
where's a lot of juices on the Yankees?
There's a lot of juicers on the Yankees.
I'll be honest with you.
Here's a part that's funny though. Okay. And when I say the word juicers, I don't care if a guy did it or did not.
Right.
Part of the era. And there's guys that are not strong, that are not position players, that I might think they might have taken something, even though they weren't throwing 99.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's a recovery. There's other guys that, that you look at and you're like, dude, you look incredible. But you don't have to be ripped.
Not at all.
At all. It goes like, if your fastball went from like 91 to 94, and then your changeup still has the same effect, scary.
Well, how about the guys too with structural damage that could take HGH and recover way quicker?
Correct.
So I mean, there's a lot of, but I'll be honest with you, I never gave a shit, to be honest. Struck him out, good pitch, good slider on the outside corner, beautiful pitch. So 1 down now, first and second. My goodness,
so
couldn't get the bunt down.
This is a part where people are like, analytic people are like, he shouldn't have bunted. Learn how to bunt.
Yep, there you go. I agree with you. I mean, if you're a catcher, look, you're not a big hitter. You're not one of the big boppers on the team. How do you contribute to your ball club right there? You lay that bunt down. That's how you make yourself useful in that situation. That's how you get a winning team. Lay that bunt down. Right. Now you got a different situation up there. And now you need to now you need to get a hit here to get a run in. So that's a big moment in this game.
Correct. That's the game. That's the type of stuff that can change the whole the whole outcome of a game. And again, this is where when you're breaking the numbers, you're like, what the F is going on? But again, how does a ninth hitter? I understand if he was a fourth batter of the game, understandable. It is what it is. We got you. How the F are you not bunting and you're the ninth hitter? You're the ninth hitter.
You got to get that bunt down, man.
You're definitely the ninth hitter in professional baseball in football.
We got Jose Serie up now.
Yeah, Jose Serie now. So you got a lot more pressure now because now you can still hit him to the
right back to him. What do we got here? We got one. Safe. Serie beats it out. Wow.
I told you got good speed.
That's close. Well, there you go. Guess what? If Anthony Rizzo's leading off, that's a double play.
Correct, but that's why they wanted the bunt. So now you just pitch Alberto knows you're going to pitch to him. So now he's got to be able to look at the sequence and say, okay, I'm going to get a pitch to hit because the last thing this guy wants is load up the put 2 men on for Cano. What
a play by Mexico shortstop, by the way, too. The pitcher threw a splitter over there.
Yep.
My goodness, what a play.
Worst play ever as an infielder is when the pitcher gets his hands on the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And he has to throw to a position.
Oh, yeah. So this is a big at back. But to answer your question, too, before, I honestly never gave a crap about the steroid stuff. I never really cared. I never really cared.
I was a wrestling fan, so I've always liked my guys bigger and stronger. Juan Gonzalez is my favorite player. So
man, if Juan Gonzalez never had injuries, my goodness, what a career!
Actually, if he had never gotten caught in that airport,
stuff
in his bag, I think that there might have been allegations.
Yeah.
Also, the only guy to ever turn, what was it? Did he turn down $150 million in Detroit?
Yeah. What a beast, man! What a beast! Those Rangers teams were monsters.
He's probably the only 2-time MVP not in the Hall of Fame other than Barry now.
Yeah, probably. You're right.
That's
Jeet's in there with no MVP, even though he should have won it. I think it was in '99. I forgot who won it over him, but he should have won it in '99.
Derek Jeter. A lot of people hate on him. I think Derek Jeter's
way too much. They hate on him way too much.
I'm just saying, I think there's a couple ways for you to get into the Hall of Fame. Okay, there's a big poppy way where you basically destroy the league for 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Literally, I had 10 years of just monster numbers. But then there's guys like Hank Aaron, for example, Derek Jeter, guys that when they put their whole career together, they're like, damn, okay, is this guy worthy?
Right.
He didn't have 6-7 MVPs, but he was always in the top 5. He was always on winning teams. Again, was he the best shortstop? Didn't have to be, but he was always producing enough that when you put it all together, he was just really good.
And he had the intangibles too that you can't teach.
Correct.
And that's always something too. But the big moment, the big games, the big play, Jeter will come through. I mean, that's just who he was.
And he was really good. So people always say this, that no one ever. Ozzy once made a comment, and people were like, "Oh, what the hell?" And it was an Alex Rodriguez comment. Ozzy said he's right. Alex Rodriguez said, "Derek Jeter. No one ever comes and worries about Derek Jeter when they play the Yankees."
Correct.
Well, he's right.
He wasn't wrong.
But Ozzy, again, managing and thinking about it, he's like, that's the one that always would hurt you.
Yeah.
Because you're worried about. I'm worried about even Jorge, like Posada. This guy, Bernie.
You're worried about Bernie, Paul O'Neill. Those are the big guys. Martino Martinez.
So then you had to pitch to somebody, and then Derek would rise up to the occasion and do what he had to do.
Yep, and that's why he's the one that got you. So let's see what happens here. They tried to see if they could reverse that call at first. It ends up being safe. This could be the ball game right here. 1st and 3rd. Still a 1-run game, but this is a big moment. It's gonna be a momentum changer.
Can the shift? Can the Again, this is the innings where you wish that you have the best. So Jarrett Wilson here trying to get out in 18 pitches, 2-1, bottom of the 6th. We're in the bottom of the 6th, right? Yeah.
No, I think we're up to
top of the 7th.
Top of the 7th. Yeah. Top 7.
One of the really good names there, huh?
Right. What do we got there? Foul ball, so 0-1 still.
He's got this first hit of the
Look at those jerk. No, you got to get the logos off the pants.
The Mexican league tends to be a little bit more hardcore about it.
I see.
In general,
even I understand the Presidente. That actually looks nice. That matches the Dominican outfit very nice. Right there in the chest.
They did a better job of planning it.
Yeah, but the ones on the pant legs, those look horrible. If my Yankee pinstripes ever get destroyed by that, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. Let's see.
Indeed, right?
0-2. Blooper. Base hit. Holy crap. Wow, that was a bleeder. Just got through.
Can you get the third? Third?
Yeah, he got the third. First and third. Good base runner by Serie. And, oh, my God, DR's going nuts. Look at that. Tie game, top 7. All those white cups got Brugal in it. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, for sure.
No doubt about it. My favorite drink in DR? Rum and Coke all day.
Yes.
All day, every day. Oh, man. Well, I'm going to actually, April. April's almost here. Got my bachelor party. Can't wait. It's going to be fun.
Indeed.
In DR, yeah, of course. It's going to be exciting, man. I love DR.
Get that team pumped up. So, tie game
2-2. You know, there's just a different flair, man. It's amazing. The Latino players really bring something different, which is really exciting. I mean, I love just the attitude and everything, man. That's why I want Carlos Correa on the Yankees, man. I want him to hear. I need a guy who does that right there, gets the team pumped up. Yeah, man, pump them up. They were too soft all season. I would love to have seen your father in the same situations that Boone was in this year. Like, for an example, a guy like Gleyber Torres that time strikes out, never runs the first base, and they don't say anything.
The whole running thing. Ali's a great guy.
That should bother anybody. I would piss.
I'm saying the whole running, like not running, he would have massive issues with that.
Oh my God, I don't blame him.
Regardless of what he thinks, if you're good, bad, you know.
I just think to me, I think it's the easiest thing you could do in the sport. Is to run hard.
Really? No, sure. Trying hard is the easiest.
Right? I mean, isn't that really it? That's why a lot of Yankee fans this year, for an example, Brett Gardner.
Yeah.
You could watch Brett Gardner every single at bat of his career.
He always played hard.
Always. There's not a time you could sit there and go, man, Gardy didn't run. He will always be known. If somebody ever tells me, hey, I want to see a guy who plays hard, I say, go put Brett Gardner. He's most recent. You can look at every one of his at bats. He'll never let you down. Guaranteed.
Here's the part, though, I think that's an attitude of. I think nowadays a lot of teams do a lot of marketing. We're savages. We're this. We're that.
It's all baloney.
We got the slogan. The White Sox here talk about where we change the game and we do this and we do that. I think that attitudes come from the way that teams play. Of
course.
Okay. So
I think the manager rubs off too.
Correct. So if you set that tone of playing hard and playing giving it all you got, I think that sometimes, okay, this is very interesting to think about it. Maybe Yankee fans are not upset at the losing. It's the way that they're losing. Because they might have the same result the last couple of years, but if they knew that the team was like hard, just giving it all, like running every ball out, like really playing that baseball, Yankee fans might say, you know what, we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Ball's just not bouncing our way.
Of course.
But I think that it's so the opposite that fans get really pissed off. And I think that's why I think that Booney gets a lot of the grief, because it's like, dude, that's on you.
It is. Exactly. Thank you.
That's why. So it's not so much about his managing.
Not at all.
It's about like, why are these guys doing this? Especially,
well, the worst is like his post-game comments regarding it. Not that you got to throw your guy under the bus, but
this is my question. Like, you're in a sport.
Robbie Cano, base hit the right field. Cano gives DR the lead. And there you go again, first to third. That is baseball, folks.
Yep.
That is baseball. Look at that. Yep. Those are. You know what that's called? That's called having athletes on the base pads. That's exactly what that is. Guys that can move a little bit.
That is nutty. Okay,
Robbie Cano.
Robbie, I'm telling you, man, the Mets fans might have the universal DH comes out. It might be him. It might be Robbie Cano. again, do you care what happened before? Becomes super healthy and he's going to get you wins? You shouldn't.
Wow.
And if I'm a team and they're trying to make a move for Robbie Cano, I say, yeah, great, eat all his contract and I'll take him.
All right. My goodness.
Because you gotta pay him. This is the part you gotta pay him. You gotta pay him. You gotta pay him if he plays or if he doesn't play. Like he's on there, you gotta pay him that.
Wow, Robbie Cano just brought the house down. Man, poor the Mexican fans there can't be too excited right now. And yeah, and then it's still threatening too. They're still threatening. Who's this? Gutierrez is up now. Top of the 7th. Oh, good matchup too for Gutierrez. Got the lefty in.
Yep. Gutierrez right now. Let's see how he matches out. They need one more for insurance.
Oh, definitely. You only got 6 outs to go too. Hey, grounder. Fair ball. Got him. Good throw. Good throw. Took his time on that one. Well, DR takes the lead. Yeah. They got 2 in the top of the 7th.
So this is where the best.
Look at Robbie Cano. He's looking good. I like seeing him happy. Good for Robbie. Good for Robbie Cano. Don't you know, Robbie Cano?
Don't you know, Robbie Cano? So here's the part though, like this is where the Dominican, I think, has their strongest suit other than their offense is their relief pitching. I think when you look across Major League Baseball, that's the number one thing that they have. Many great Dominican relievers.
I think we might be seeing Albert Abreu in this one.
I think so too. One of the hardest things right now, like watching the game, we're trusting the camera, is not knowing who's in the bullpen.
I know that sucks. That's true. So Yankee fans, if you're in here, I mean, I gotta assume that Albert Abreu got to be one of the best relievers. So with a 1-run lead here with 6 outs to go, you got to believe that you may be seeing him. Oh, no, he got more than 6 outs, right? No, they got 9 outs to go.
9 outs to go.
Bottom 7, bottom 8, bottom 9. So yeah, it's getting to those late innings now. I think you start seeing maybe Albert gets in the game. I like to see Abreu get some.
I think that he's probably one of the guys with the better arms of the big league. He's not. I don't think he's going to come in and close, but I would not be surprised if we get him in the 7th.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't pitch this game though. I'm pretty sure you're going to see him at this point.
Again, you want to get the win. You're gonna be showing your.
Yeah, man. If you're a Mets fan right now, hey, I'm looking forward to some Robbie Cano next year. At this point, especially if you got, what if you got that DH too, man? Get him some rest, maybe ease up his body a little bit.
I think that if you come out of this,
the lockout,
this whole situation of the lockout, you have to come out with. You have to come out with the DHs for both leagues. Yeah, that's just the reality of it.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
I don't see it any other way.
But this should have happened for a long. What does Ozzy think about that? I think he talked about it, right? He doesn't think about the strategy. There's no strategy.
He doesn't hate it, but I'm saying, like, if you have the DH, it's an option on top of you hitting your pitcher. If you think you want to hit your pitcher, for all means, hit your pitcher.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like,
well, exactly, you got the option.
He disagrees that when people say, well, there's more strategy with the pitcher in the lineup. He's like, no, that's bullshit. That's a lie. That's something that they told you that it was before, because it's not. People think it's a big deal because they don't know how to do a double switch.
Right. So, exactly.
Like, oh my God.
Come on, man. These guys been around forever.
What do you mean? It's like, oh, he did a double switch. It's like,
oh, please.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, come on, guys.
Well, there goes the DR bullpen. So they got some guys up now. Can't see who it is, obviously, but maybe we'll find out. In now, who is that? That's definitely a new pitcher on the mound. Let's see if they tell us who it is. Tell you one thing, he throws pretty damn hard. I saw that first fastball.
That's what I'm saying, though. There's not a lot of Dominicans in there throwing.
Quick ground to the third. There's one away.
There's not a lot of guys that are throwing pus. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah.
A lot of guys are not throwing that little pus. They're bringing it.
Tell you what, I don't know who that is right there. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see
if they show.
This is a first stream that we're doing, so we're dealing with all the challenges of trying to see who the next pitcher is.
And I'm pretty sure too, there's probably a website too that has like the game day stuff that you could tell
I'm actually doing that. Actually, I'm you know what? I'm on it right now.
Oh, okay.
I am, but they haven't announced it yet. Let me see.
Wow, what a comeback. Oh, here's the little Jose Altuve guy. I really want to call him by his name, though. the little Jose Altuve guy comes up.
Jose Altuve guy.
Hey, Ruben, welcome, my friend. I haven't seen you in
here,
Ruben. Happy to hear.
He knows the second. You're talking about the second baseman, right? He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the one who doubled in the gap. I think what the first, the second inning.
Yeah, but no, you're talking about because right now, the hitter is.
Oh, this isn't the same guy.
Jan Marine. So there's two looking Altuve. So
I was about to say I just saw a shorter guy and I.
Amaero Sasueta. So he has the shortstop. So both the middle infielders are Altuve. So Jan Marines is actually, I believe that he is with the Baltimore Orioles, if I am not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that he's with the Orioles. He was 2018 with the Orioles. Yeah, that's who he finished with.
And guys, you need to pop up on their NYYST podcast, 7 o'clock on Monday. Make sure you guys tune into that. And this one's hitting the air to center, quickly 2 away. And there goes that DR bullpen.
Yep. And again, effective.
So Ruben is a regular. He hasn't been in here. His first comment is, let's get Ozzie Guillen as the manager of the Yankees.
Right away, right off the bat.
Right away, like right now, we're gonna do it. Let's get Ozzie in here now. Let's do an interview. Let's get him interviewed for the Yankees right this moment.
We gotta get all the Yankee fans to follow the Guillen channel. That's what we're gonna do.
Yes, definitely, guys.
White Sox fans are gonna be like, why is this channel Yankees baseball? It's like, well, right. I like Yankee followers, guys. That's funny. But yet, again, even if Ozzie managed his team, at the end of the day, what they need is to let the players, have some accountability. So I think there's things that can be implemented by Booney that Ozzie would bring, someone like everyone that thinks that Ozzie's going to fix, someone like Ozzie will fix the problem. I think those are all things that Boone can fix.
Definitely. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about that. Boone, like we all said about Boone. Boone's a baseball guy. His whole family is. He knows baseball. I believe that. I believe he knows very much baseball. I just, just the idea that, he's being handed a lineup card and all this nonsense is like.
I hope that if he's given the lineup card again, when most people don't know how the lineup is actually created. Like Ozzie did not go into a dungeon by himself and said, "I'm not listening to everybody."
Right. There's a lot of people.
Ozzie's had funny moments where we've been at dinner and he said, "Everybody make your lineups. I know you guys all have your lineups. So my mom has a lineup. I have a lineup.
Right.
Everybody has a lineup." And he's like, "Great. This is horseshit. This one's good. Oh, this is great." So he does that with his coaches. He does that with his front office guy. Ozzie just had one rule. Okay. And that rule was, you're not going to change my lineup unless there's an injury. Okay. When I put my lineup up. So if I put my lineup up and the players have seen that they're in the game, I'm not going to let a front office guy come down and say, you're changing this lineup. And that's what actually happened. When it started getting bad in Miami, it was because of that. And people, most people don't realize that of what happened in that situation. It's because, it started going sour, and it wasn't because of the Fidel comment. That's
right.
Probably the biggest misconception ever, but it was because little things started happening like that. So there was a prospect named Jeff Brantley, who was a catcher.
Okay.
Played with Detroit afterwards in a couple, and they made a trade for him. They called him up, made a trade for him, but Joe Buck was the catcher. John Buck. Yep.
John Buck.
For Met. He was a Met.
Yep. Kansas City Royal.
Kansas City Royal for a long, long time. And veteran guy, super nice guy. And Ozzie had penciled him in, and he was struggling. He had gotten paid a lot of money, but he was struggling a little bit at the plate. And he was in the lineup, and the front office calls Ozzie and says, Jeffrey wants to see the kid play. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, we want you to take Buck out and put, Brantley in. He's like, that's not happening. Unless Buck is hurt, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Oh, hangs up, gets a call from the owner. Hey, I want to see Buck. I said, great, come tomorrow. And come the day after that, I'll play him every single day. I'll have a conversation with Buck and say, hey, you're not playing anymore. The ownership and the team wants to see this kid. and you'll understand, but I'm not taking it. We're 45 minutes away from the game. He's about to go to the bullpen and start warming up the guy. I'm not taking him out of the game because you're on your way to the stadium and you want to see the kid play.
Right.
Whatever. Ozzy's like, hey, to the general manager, unless you come down here yourself and you rip up the lineup and you tell the media everything that's happening here, I'm not ripping up the lineup. I'm not doing it.
Right.
And the game started, and the owners sat very close to Ozzy in the game, and he was not very happy, you know, when he came and did not see what he had demanded. You know, they asked Ozzy to fire people on the staff, and that's not my job.
Wow.
You know, if you're gonna fire someone in season, you fire them. I'm not gonna fire someone that's doing their job. You know, we're not gonna hit a team right now. So things like that is what got Ozzy fired, because he did not play that game of like, I'm not playing this game. Like, I'm not carrying water for you. I'm not, you know, and you guys have this crazy fiasco thing here going on, and I'm not. You guys want to change the lineup before I make it?
Yeah.
You guys want to see certain players and just that's fine. I don't care. I'll make the lineup with you guys. You know, I'm hoping not to lose 100 games, but I'm not taking out a player in the middle of a game unless
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You guys said so, or there's a move. Like if we talk about before the game and you say, hey, this is a scouting report and this guy does this, and you guys suggest that I might bring a pitcher in the third inning, okay, we might do it. I might suggest, you know, we're losing games, so I'll take all advice that I can get, but I'm not going to let you guys come in and say this is what's happening. I'm not.
And that's what the perception now is, as Aguilar doubles down the line.
Because players say right away, this guy is a shot, is a pushover. So why are you going to come to me and scream at me? So the easiest thing I don't realize is, so if you have Stanton come up to the plate, or Gardner or anybody, and he hits a ground ball and he doesn't run, okay, and you don't say anything,
happened all year in the Yankees, all year long.
Then here comes Urshela, does the same thing, and he doesn't run, and you rip his ass.
You're wrong.
Players say, well, why him and not this guy?
Damn right.
So everyone needs to be on the same page. So if that page is going to be like everyone's going to do whatever the F they want, then that's very dangerous, because then people take it like you don't care. But when you do go the other way, which was more of the Girardi style, like Ozzy was, you know, players might get offended by it. But it's like, we're one team. The only thing that changes on the 15th and the 30th is your paycheck.
Yeah.
That's what Boone needs to come and bring back, of being like, no one's above the law here. You know, I don't care how much money you're making.
Yeah. And that's the thing, as Yankee fans, I see a couple of comments already saying, you know, Gleyber Torres did it all year. Gary Sanchez did it all year. I mean, a lot of these guys did it all year. And the craziest thing is that you would see the first base coach turn away. They would walk back to the dugout. When this happens, and you're sitting there watching, it's almost like, you know what it's almost like? It's almost like they were told, we don't do it like that anymore.
Correct.
You'll do it like when you're in the clubhouse, do it there or something like that. But I don't think it ever happened. Here's the part
where, who's the Yankees leader?
Nobody knows.
Okay, and when I talk about leader, I'm not talking about the guy that pays the bill in the strip club.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. The on the field guy.
That, like, so people think that, you know, Ozzy was a great manager, but Ozzy also had a lot of guys early on that self-policed.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a funny story. Orlando Cabrera, great player, always a winner.
Orlando Cabrera, you said, right?
Orlando Cabrera.
Yeah. Yep. Orlando Cabrera. Yep.
Shortstop, and he came over and he won in Boston, and he won in the White Sox. He went to the playoffs. He had won in Anaheim, so a winner. He was with the team, and Orlando kind of did his thing on his own. He was very successful at it, but Jermaine Dye is hitting one day, and Jermaine Dye and Ozzy was already mad about the way they were bringing guys in, and guys that did not fit his mold. And Jermaine's hitting, and Orlando's like bouncing up and down in second base, like he's gonna steal, and he's like bouncing up and down. Jermaine's like, what the like? He takes off, safe at third, and then they're like, what the, you know? Right. Ozzy goes up to him and says, hey man, you know, we don't play that game here. Oh, what do you mean? I had the base on. We don't steal third base with, you know, there's one out. He'll score with a base hit. Like, Jermaine's up. Like, unless I call it, you're not doing it. You know, the couple series happened again. This guy's bouncing his head. Jermaine Dye tells him, hey man, when you're at second, don't bounce your head. Just take your lead. You're bouncing up and down. I'm hitting It gets in my batter's eye. Like, oh, that's how I play. He goes, well, we're a team. Like, just don't bounce. Just, whatever. Next series, Jermaine's up again. Orlando takes off.
Infield single Mexico, by the way. First and third, 2 outs.
He gets thrown out. Most people thought that Ozzy was screaming at him, like, what? And most people thought that he was going to be the one that went after him. But Jermaine Dye grabbed Orlando and took him. And this is, nobody saw obviously in the video, but basically rimmed them out of like, we don't play that game here. And if you think you're going to do it otherwise, I'm going to have something to tell you about it. And that's the type of players that Ozzy had, that you don't need to call somebody out. Your managers have to come to you and babysit you. Like, you're your own team. And you have to say, guys, like, what the, like, let's get it together. Like, and that's where marketing gets separated from the actual players of like, are you really here playing hard? Like, when I show up at the ballpark, are you lying about how tired or how hurt you are?
Yep.
Or are you
DR
here to
gets out of it?
No, correct. That's a big inning right there. The DR getting out of it.
Huge inning.
That, I don't see Mexico coming back in the 9th inning, but so they only need 3 more outs technically, if that's the case.
I think we're about to go to the top of the 8th.
So I was trying to break a record of not using the washroom through a whole game. I'm gonna have to take a little boys break. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
I'll be back. This is gonna have to hold the fort for a total of 5 seconds.
I got it. I'll manage it. So guys, everybody in here, I hope you are enjoying this. Again, we still have a little over 100. Had a few people leave. I know it's getting starting to get a little late, but guys, if you are not subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe to the page. Again, if you also want to follow Ozzy Jr. and Ozzy Guillen and One Jr., their other YouTube page where they do a lot of Spanish stuff also, go ahead and do that. If you go to Guillen's World, the most recent podcast they did on our page, in the description, it is right there. It's the first thing in the description to follow them. Go sub. Like you said, if you guys want to have a live chat with Ozzy Guillen, we will make that happen as long as we help get that channel up. That is the deal that is made. Let's get that done so we can do it. It'll be very, very fun. Yeah, we are, and as a Yankee platform, in a sense, we needed an MLB show. We were talking about that for a while to get an MLB show on this network. And when the opportunity was there to land the Guillens, we had to do it. And had to make it work however we can. And we are extremely happy to have the Guillens doing our MLB show here. And then, yes, IG, Instagram, NyynewsPete. Go follow our IG account. We are really trying to build it up a lot. IG, Instagram, NyynewsPete. You see it right there in the comments, so go ahead and go to that. So again, thank you for everybody in here. Please share. Please subscribe if you are not. It only helps us out. We just passed over 7,000. We are trying to do even more than that. And yes, Luis, we have some great people here at NyynewsTV, and we are only looking to grow. So we're only looking to grow. We're doing a lot already.
I'm back.
Ozzy is back. Oh, I wanted to tell you something too. So my fiance, right, one of her best friends is Venezuelan.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, and her husband, they're both from Venezuela. And when she told him, and she released we put it on IG and she showed it to him, and he goes, "Yeah, no way. There's no way Ozzy Guillen is doing a show with you guys. There's no way. Like, he doesn't know Ozzy Guillen. He's not doing a show. Okay." And she goes, "All right, 7:00 watch." And yeah, man, like, your father, I don't know. I haven't been to Venezuela, obviously. I don't know much about Venezuela compared to, the stuff you hear in the news and whatnot. But how big is Ozzy's legend in Venezuela?
Oh, it's a huge thing. So Ozzy became a Major League Baseball player when two things were happening. Ozzy came to the big leagues and became a big leaguer when there was only, like, I think at the time, 11 prior Venezuelans in the big leagues.
Wow.
So it was like a big news. Like, now when you get called up, like, I watch games sometimes now with Ozzy and family members, and I'll say, hey, where's that guy from? Is that guy Dominican? And then my brother Ozzy will say, no, like, oh no, he's Venezuelan. I'm like, wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
So that's funny because before, like, you would say like, oh, this guy got to the big leagues. You know, you knew the number and everything of who it was. So of who got. So I was off by a little bit. So before Ozzy, there was 35 big leaguers in the whole history of Venezuela.
Wow.
So Ozzy was number 36.
Right.
Okay. And that's a huge, huge accomplishment. I think we're like at 400 right now.
Definitely.
So from a fame standpoint, also TV was like a big thing, meaning like Ozzy was in a soap opera. So like is
that why you call him the Venezuelan soap opera star?
Yeah. So it's funny. So there's a channel called Tubi, Tubi.
Yeah.
That you can like download or something. I did not know anything about it, but there's a channel called Tubi. It's a streaming service.
Please tell me there's an Ozzy's appearance.
So the Ozzy, when you download Tubi, okay.
I'm writing this down, by the way, because this will be good material for the show.
Oh yeah. So when you download Tubi, okay, you go and you type in Venezuela after you download it, and then you'll see all of the Venezuelan like movies and soap operas and stuff.
The novellas.
And it's called La Raya de Cano. So it's called the foul line, basically.
Okay.
Like the line in a stadium.
Right.
So it's the story of it's a love story, obviously, like most soap operas in Latin America. And it's got baseball and it's got all this stuff. And his character's name is Leonardo Obregón. Worst name ever in the history of mankind. But, so people watch this. Okay. So this was like, again, now with social media, like I know when Miguel eats, sleeps, like, kids know Miguel as well as I do, Cabrera.
Right.
So like he grew up in a time of Venezuela, and he's also been very vocal again. Then he got again re-famous in the fact that he won the World Series, and Ozzy, Omar Vizquel, they're like in a weird era where the older generation knows them and the newer generation knows them because they were around the game when guys were coming up like Abreu and Magula and all that. Right. So, and now they're relevant enough, and then obviously his broadcasting. So he's very, very popular in Venezuela, for better or for worse. He's a very, very popular guy in Venezuela. So
yeah.
I would not, I'm sure people are like, oh my God, but yeah, I always say this, like if I always wanted like chill and like live off my last name, I'd just go to Venezuela and like, reality show.
Right. Well, a pretty cool thing too, I'll give a little spoiler away, is that strike 3 there. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th now, but a little spoiler for the Yankee fans in here. Speaking of Venezuelan ball players, the New York Yankees Yankee fans will know, the New York Yankees have one of their top catching prospects, Antonio Gomez, who is from Venezuela, and Antonio Gomez will be joining the Designated Spitters podcast.
Really?
And doing an interview with us, and that will actually air on our first show in February, which is the start of our Manscaped sponsorship, which is going to be fun to work with. That will be on February 6th. So Yankee fans that are in the room right now, mark that on your calendar. One of the top Yankee catching prospects, I believe the best overall Yankee catching prospect. Austin Wells, you guys know, is a very big hitter. But he's very good, great defense. I think he had, if he was in the major leagues this year, Antonio Gomez would have had the fastest pop time of anybody.
I like that. That's a good defensive stat. I thought you were going to give me some bullshit like he's a great framer.
No.
Venezuela's actually gotten very good at producing catchers. I love catchers. I think that, and I'm looking forward to listening to that because. So, by the way, guys, for everybody that's listening to NyynewsTV, everybody did shave their nuts before Manscaped. We'll tell you if it's actually.
Did you get yours yet? Did you get yours yet?
Not yet, but I'll let everybody know.
You should be getting it soon.
But I know.
Yeah, you guys.
I was gonna put it in our team chat that I was added to. And I was gonna write Chef something. I'm like, oh, so did you start shaving your nuts? Did you shave your nuts before Manscaped? So.
You know, I never heard
Ozzy's
of ball.
looking
I
forward
never
to it.
heard of.
Ozzy's got all these things that he's been talking about.
No, don't tell me Ozzy. Are you making Ozzy do the read?
No, I'll do the read, but I'm saying he was excited. Like he wants to do his whole like Manscaped. I'm like a little excited, but again, it's I bet Manscaped's gonna be good. I gotta.
Is Ozzy a ball deodorant kind of guy? I never heard of ball deodorant. You're gonna get some ball deodorant in a couple of days.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's good. You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that there's probably. I bet the MLB guys are using a lot of ball deodorant, like as players.
I'm sure.
I'm saying like because they're grooming and they're doing. So I think it's awesome. I think it's amazing. But I just wanted to let people know out there, you know, if they were wondering, again, because again, I'll let you know how great it goes because it's obviously something that you do, and I heard the experience is going to be amazing. So I'll definitely let everybody know. How it goes. You'll know how excited
Me being Italian, it's like a fresh mozzarella down there right now.
Yeah. So
a fresh bowl of mozzarella for me.
That's funny. So like exactly. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be and again, I love getting the guys on when they're young because again, you get to see the development of them and the fans get to. And are the Yankee fans? So here in Chicago, they get wild, man. We just signed Cola, the international guy from Cuba.
Yeah.
And somebody tweeted he's the next Shohei Ohtani because I guess he pitched in Cuba. And I looked it up and I was like, this guy pitched when he was like 10. So did every other big leaguer in probably. But they think that he's going to be the next like, you know, Hall of Famer. And I'm like, let this guy play single A.
The Yankees are the same way.
Let him develop it. So like.
They're the same way. Trust me. Anthony Volpe, who I met recently. Great, unbelievable kid. I look like a much bigger man next to him. I'm 5'11", probably 205, 210, way bigger than him, but this kid hits the ball 450. Like it's nothing. Great defensive shortstop. I mean, he deserves all the hype because he's doing it at the higher levels. Oswald Peraza, another guy. I'm trying to remember where Oswald Peraza is from, but Oswald Peraza, terrific prospect, great speed, great defense. So, yeah, Yankee fans are very much like Antonio Gomez is really catching on now because he's gotten used to like the social media thing, and he does a good job with it too. He does giveaways. He gives away bats. He gives away gear.
And that's the way to do it.
He is. It's pretty cool what he's doing, and we reached out to his representatives, and we got the interview set up because he's a guy that we definitely want to get a chance to talk to. Throws 101 miles an hour, so we got a cannon. It's going to be fun to get some questions to him.
So those are the guys that, again, when you're just looking through the levels, or you're looking at the development and saying, okay, how well is this guy developing? And he's developing. I hate when guys think about like, okay, everyone's in a 1-year pipeline.
Yeah.
If you do well, a couple games in single A, double A, triple A a month, you're going up.
Yep, that's right.
Especially if you're a pitcher. I'm not wasting your bullets because I don't think that you learn how to pitch in the big leagues until you're throwing in the big leagues.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
You cannot.
What's the toughest level of the minor leagues? I always hear double A.
So for pitching, from like a
hitting standpoint,
all the hard throwers are in double A.
That's what I figured. Because everything I hear is that the best talent's in double A.
But not the talent, but also like the younger talent needs to play, but you're getting like a lot faster arms. You're not getting AAA's more veteran guys, so
correct.
It's guys that can help you in the big league staff.
Up and down, the journeymen a little bit.
Yeah, but you're not getting like the tough. Again, AAA is the highest level, but you're not getting as an experience for a pitcher. You're going to get away with more shit.
Yeah.
But everyone in AA is a free swinging guy, and guys are just throwing gas. So it's a very, hit pitch type of league, which Major League Baseball has become. But there's like a lot less strategy. I think AAA, you have to like play the game, learn how to play the game more. So you're in AAA, you're learning how to play the game more of a big league level. To make the jump from AA to, if you're a pitcher and you can make the jump from AA to big leagues and
right.
And especially like relievers and be like, I can do my job.
Yeah.
Go from AA to big leagues hitting, that's a big jump because
very big jump. Yep.
You're usually gonna get better breaking balls and stuff in breaking balls for strike. I feel like in AAA, guys give up speed for finesse. So you see guys throwing that 3-2 slider in the outside corner. in Double A, that shit ain't happening.
Right.
Very rarely.
So there's a that's very true too about a lot of these Yankee prospects too, because even, and I'm sure the White Sox are the same way. Who do they got? Kopech, who throws like what 100 plus.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody knew that if this guy didn't work out as a starter, he's a pen arm. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You're seeing that a lot more now, right? With a lot of these relievers, is that even if they're starters, Dellin Betances, for an example, was a starter. Couldn't make it as a starter, turned into a dominant relief pitcher. Yeah. Chad Green, Luis Sessa. And there's, of course, that's just some Yankee guys, but throughout baseball, you're seeing a lot of these guys that might be top prospects as a starting pitcher, but they get to the major leagues and they stick as a pen arm.
So you know who the bullpen guys are?
Who's that?
The guys that couldn't start.
The guys that couldn't. There you go. The guys that couldn't make it as a starter.
I'm just saying though,
you got the backup.
There's stamina. Okay. Again, when you max out, you're pitching in a. And that's what I think gets harder as the level goes up.
That's a fair ball.
I told you, there we go.
Went over the wall. I thought they had a man on base too, but no. Now they got a man on second. Ground rule double, 1 out only for Mexico.
Yep, this is it. This is it for them. I think they're gonna have a harder time in the ninth. So, but again, what I was saying though, going back to what I was talking about, 5 innings in the big leagues, it's like 8 innings in the minors for us to starter. 2 innings in the big leagues, it's like 3. Like so you're on the big leagues, you're on top of every pitch.
Yep.
Guys are taking balls down the middle. The guys are not scared of hitting 2-2, 0-2. Like they'll let you pitch. Minor leagues guys are free swinging more. So you're a pitcher, you're just like throwing. In the big leagues, 3-2, they're like, it better be borderline, or else you're gonna get tattooed. So getting behind on count. That's why a lot of minor leaguers, when they come out prospects, a lot of their issue is walks and getting behind the count, because in the big leagues, in the big leagues, there's a lot of guys are just a lot smarter hitters.
Yep. That's right.
Maybe not as raw talent, but a lot of guys are just very, very they're just way smarter. So adapting to like how do you pitch in the league, and like this is the other part. Once you get to the big leagues, which I think that's the other growing pain. That's what happened, I think, to Glaber. The video, okay, the video gets you scouting reports.
True. Yeah, it's true.
There's other teams looking to scout you, to trade you, move you, or to find your weakness. So I think the guys that are in the big leagues that do great are guys that can change at bat. I think if you're good, you change game by game. Guys get better if they go at bat by at bat. Guys that are fucking monsters are pitch by pitch guys.
Yeah.
That's like Barry Bonds stuff. Like Barry Bonds is like, balls this much off and he's not swinging.
Yep. Not everybody's like that, of course.
Not everybody's like that. That's a special talent. I've seen guys like George Bell, Albert Bell, take a pitch, second inning, down the middle, strike 3, and then come in the dugout and say, that's bullshit. That's the wrong sequence. And you're like, what are you talking about? That's not his sequence. That's not what he does. 8th inning, game on the line, same situation. Goes to the sequence the guy was thinking about and hits a ball, 700 feet.
Right.
Because he's like, that's what I was looking for. So guys that off pitches, like, that's not the pitch I'm looking for. And that happens when guys are in the big leagues and then you see them hitting and they just take it. Like they were never going to swing it because they're like, they throw something at them that they weren't even looking for.
Yeah. You see a lot of that too, guess hitting at that level too.
Defense is just losing their mind. If they don't start making some plays here.
Yeah, this could get pretty ugly here.
This guy's gonna need a little facial reconstruction after.
Hey, what he just got a glove to the face.
I don't know, the glove or the bat?
No, I think it was the glove, wasn't it?
Pitchers are just really bad at fielding. The replay is just hilarious. He got
yeah.
Oh, it's not that bad. He's got the glove to the face.
Yeah, it was just a glove to the face. That's what I thought it was when I first saw him. I'm like, come on, man. Go back to the dugout. What are you doing? Can't be down for that long on that one.
No,
so Francisco Abad is in, right?
That's bad base running.
Very bad base running. Very bad base running. No doubt about it. Definitely. I don't know what was the point of pause in there. He didn't catch the ball in the air.
No. Bad base running.
Francisco Abad is in there for DR. I think he's played for many major league teams. I forgot who he played for last. Maybe Boston, maybe. Or he got released by Boston or something like that. But I know he's been with a lot of people. But this is a huge at bat in this game. This could be it right here.
The Dominicans are
Trying to hold on.
a lot closer than most people thought it was going to be.
Oh, definitely. I was expecting to see. I'm gonna see some homers today. We're gonna have some. We got a pretty good pitchers match. Bernardino, whatever his name was, looked excellent. Pitched a good game.
Let's see. Come on.
1-1. Oh, he was all over that fastball.
Perez al bate.
He was all over that fastball. My goodness.
Abad.
Yeah, Abad. Man, he had that God, the Mexican jersey, man. They got advertisers everywhere on that jersey.
They're making it happen.
My goodness.
They're making it happen.
They said if you got money, we'll make spot for you. Don't worry about it. We'll find a spot on this jersey.
You gotta do what you gotta do, bro.
That's it.
You gotta pay them bills.
Oh, come on, ump. I need robot umps after that. We didn't get into the robot umps.
I wondered if it's Dominican. I think they just use the Dominican umps. I was wondering if that guy got invited to the series. The drunk ump.
The drunk ump. Oh man, that's classic.
I was wondering that.
Sheffield Jr. is not a fan of
I'm not
Joe
either.
West. He's not a fan of Joe West.
Oh, Joe West? Oh, why? Joe West is a show.
He's not a fan of Joe West at all. He doesn't want that, being done with umpires. Being like the star of the show.
Oh no, of course. But Joe, Cowboy Joe West, you gotta come and you gotta see the cowboy.
Cowboy Joe West got some vocals on him too.
Yeah, sings.
Man can sing, yeah.
Man can sing. Never paid for a meal probably either.
Probably not. Good old Joe West.
But why would you pay for a meal though? Like everyone, you're so everyone's super nice to you.
Froze him with a 3-2 curveball for strike 3.
Mm-hmm. So that's a AAA pitch right there.
Yeah. Yep. Look at that. He knew. Ooh, that's a tough call though. I don't know.
That's a tough call though. A little high.
What do you have that? You got that a ball or strike?
That's a little high.
I don't know. Let's wait for the light from the robot ump. Let's see what that tells us.
Let's see what comes up. It's a little
So will a robot ump have like a yellow light to be like it's not sure? Can we get help?
I don't know. So here's the part though, like if it shuts down or there's like a lag, does a regular ump take over?
I don't know. I don't know how to. Yeah, they talk about delay of game, right? Wouldn't that be a hell of a delay of game if that thing breaks up?
Well, they want to make it fast for certain things, but not others. By the way, I'm going to be honest with you. The only people that bitch about delay of game is the media.
That's right. No, even
I've never heard a player bitch and say, "God, this game." Usually the bitching that the players do is like the extra innings. But other than that, and which they fix, but no one's ever in a game saying, this 3-hour game was so long.
Yeah.
Ever.
Nobody.
Again, 7-hour game because you went into like 15 innings of extra innings. That guys bitch about. Yeah. But you going into like, a 3.5 hour, 4-hour game, guys are like, whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's the whole pace of play thing. I'll be honest, if you're a baseball fan, I'll tell you this. 04 series, Yankees, Red Sox, this games went 5 hours. I never cared about how long those games were.
Watching the game.
I never cared. I wasn't on my cell phone all day. I was looking at the ball game. That was something to watch, even though it ended bad for us. I remember I got a funny story about that, man. One of the things I remember the most, my dad told me this. Yankees were up 3-0. And I'm sitting there bragging, it's over, great, I'm so happy. To this day, I remember my dad telling me this. He said, stranger things have happened. I said, oh, please. I said, there's no way.
They had it to that point.
He says, stranger things have happened. Trust me. Be careful. And there's so many things went against us. The Tony Clark double to right field, bounced over the wall. There was so many things, man. Now Tony Clark is destroying the Players Association.
I had totally forgotten about that. And then the second base deal.
A ton went wrong for the Yankees. A ton. There's more if I sit back and think about it. I don't like to go back to those memories, though.
Yeah, I don't. When I trust me, if I was a betting man, I did not think that was going to happen.
No, nobody did. Come on, against that team, the Yankees had a good team. That was a
great
team.
Then again, you have to take one. But you know that Ozzy. I'll be honest with you, Ozzy was so worried about that in the World Series in 2005.
Really?
Yeah, because he was like up, and he's like, if I choke now, this is going to be the worst choke in MLB history, other than like. So, he basically actually Lou Manny Rosario's on. He's actually one of our biggest fans on our original show on La Vida Baseball, being Ian and Ned. Yeah, he was always tuning in. He's actually a huge Yankee fan. So now he's probably happy that we're here.
Oh, get at it! Look at that.
He'll get to hear his.
I get to enjoy some Yankee stuff.
Yeah. So again, I think that.
And guys, by the way, too, the next time we do this, the game will be larger. So I give you guys my word on that. I will make that adjustment.
I'll make my camera smaller.
We'll both get smaller. We're both going to get small. The camera's going to get bigger. And that will be that. So you guys.
So the schedule. So I'm looking at the schedule. Okay. And we got tomorrow at 10 a.m. Panama versus Colombia. At 3, you got Mexico, Venezuela. And then at 8, you got Puerto Rico versus the DR. And then Sunday is actually Venezuela, Puerto Rico at 3. That's probably the best game there. Panama and Santo Domingo. So Santo Domingo gets all the night games.
Yeah. They get all prime time.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a Zach Brownish says, I'm so happy Ozzy is with NYY News.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Zach, go follow Ozzy. Go subscribe to Ozzy's page.
Yeah.
Make sure you do that.
Yeah, so let me see. So I don't think Ozzy Sr., I think, checks it because he texts me.
Yeah.
So he was like, oh, so every time we're going, so obviously here on NYY News TV, you guys said you guys hit 7,000, right?
Yeah. We just hit 7K.
So the goal, if Ozzy was here, okay, and he was like being the guy that was like trying to, push and trying to grow like we are on our channel, I wonder how he's going to get when we hit those numbers, because he's like pumped. So this morning he was like, we're going to get to 300 today. So that's really funny.
I think you guys are close to 300, aren't you?
I think so. So I'm going to check right now. But I'm saying I think
make sure you go.
I think
Zach,
it's so
make
funny,
sure you go subscribe now if you can. That would be awesome, man.
I think that it's so funny though how pumped he gets about it. Like how he's like, this is, like we're almost there. I think it's hilarious. I think that he watches it. I think he probably watches it more than anyone else.
Oh, my fiance, I drive her crazy because I'll count down. So we have a goal to hit 10,000 by April.
Okay.
And I told her today.
That's a fun goal.
I think we already got today. We probably got about 32 new subscribers already today. And I start counting it down. Oh, we got Ruben's going to subscribe. So you got 2 new followers already. Ruben is subscribing. And then Zach said he's also going to subscribe. So that's 2 new ones for you guys. And guys, if you need the link, guys, again, just go to the Guillen's World podcast. It's right in the description. So just click on that and press subscribe, and you'll have it in there.
When you watch the Guillen's World, it's going to be right there.
But I'm like Senior. I literally look at it every single day. I try to get a goal that I want to reach today, and I go from there every single day, because this is my baby. This is my baby.
Yeah, no, of course.
This is like every single thing that is done here is like I need to know, I need to see. I'm ready. I want to build it. So yeah, man. Seeing 7,000 is awesome.
That's the reality of it, and that's the fun part, I think. And for everyone that's wondering what's going to be on there, it's not like us, like our cooking channel. It's actually we're going to be putting obviously a Spanish version of what we do in our show. Not what we cut on Tuesday, part of like the topics for our Spanish viewers. But when we do anything in English, it's going to be kind of like fed through what happens in between the weeks and kind of set up the show. So we're going to do kind of just more anything we can't complete and do on our show, we'll be posting there. So it's going to be fun.
So I don't know who is that? Kizzy Sweat. Can you put the podcast in the chat? I don't know if I could do that, but if you just click on NYY News, it's going to be right there.
I don't think it happens directly, but you just have to cut and paste and then put it in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, there you go. My fiance actually, I think, is just putting it in there now. So let's see if that goes. Yeah, so she just put it in where it goes to Guillen's World, guys. So click that link right there. Go to the description, and it's going to be right there. It says follow the Guillen's YouTube here, and you'll be able to go there and subscribe to it.
She's way better at this than I am. I've been trying to do that for like 4 hours.
So she put that in there, guys. So please go ahead. Zach, if you didn't do that yet, go ahead and do it.
We might actually, with these people, we might actually hit 300 and
yeah, let's get a lot more. Wish we did it when we had like 350 in here, but we'll have it again.
Oh, good. The 350 is awesome, but this has been a very good game though. 3-2. I know that a lot of people get discouraged by good pitching games.
You guys are at 298, so we need to get you to 300.
Yeah, buddy.
Gotta get you to 300. I think that's really the awesome thing too. If you guys don't know that, everybody that is associated with NyynewsTV, they really have their own thing. Felix, who does Hola Como Estás, he has his own channel that you guys know about. Chef has his Twitch that we actually promote all the time at 5 o'clock on Fridays. We play the show there before it goes live with us. NYST, they've been doing their podcast for years. They're actually, I think, like number 70-something in sports right now for podcasts on Apple. So they're doing really good also. And Twin Bill, they got their own channel with New York Giants stuff. So everybody's doing their own things. And there you go. Ruben said it. I'm officially subscribed. Thank you, Ruben. We appreciate that. If Arby is still in here, Arby's really good at doing this. Arby, if you're still in here, who is Team NY News also, he does the Nights at the Round Table, which is once a month. If you're still in here, Arby.
It sounds like a cult, by the way.
Let's get a few Nights at the Round Table.
I just love it. I'm like, oh, Nights at the Round Table. Like, it sounds like
the logo's really cool too. It's a night.
I love it. Trust me, I really, 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 really like it as well. And again,
I think we had you on an episode.
Yeah, I was. I believe that I was.
Yeah, I think you were.
Yes, I was on originally. So I think it's funny because, when people talk about, like what you like to do, I love talking baseball. Okay.
Yep.
And a lot of people like talking sports in general. I don't mind it. Okay. And I've worked in sports radio for a long time ago, but I knew right away that for me specifically, I'm 100% baseball guy. Like I can talk baseball, winter baseball. I can talk, Asian baseball, like the league. Like I love baseball. And like, as I got older, my time is limited. And again, like I'll watch games here and there, but like I consume as much baseball as possible. And that's just the way that I roll with it. But I'm a baseball guy through and through. So like when I follow content, I felt like this place was baseball. Like everyone is about baseball. And again, we're going to grow to other sports, but like originally it's like, it's baseball. So I wanted to get that content of like, talk about something else, but like the focus baseball. So like we went and covered boxing. Said great, but we're still baseball. Right. So that I thought that was really, really cool.
Whose gloves are behind you guys too that signed?
So that is Marquez.
Okay.
And I believe Chavez. Yes, Marquez and Chavez.
Okay, very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Zach Brownish says, will you have baseball players on and that he subscribed?
Yes, we will. So we're working on it. If it doesn't work out with the timing of the show, and again, we go from 30 minutes to an hour, depending on what we're doing, we will cut a piece of it. And that's the cool thing about when we're filming the show. When it's not live, it's there. But again, we want to share it in both. And if it's our goal is like if the interview's in Spanish, for example,
right?
I want to be able to like have the interview and then do the translation on the actual caption. So when we share it on NyynewsTV, it literally has the captions already on it. So like you can listen to it in like, you can just not have to translate it in your head. So that's the type of stuff that we're going to do. And again, like different types of, when you're interviewing players, like we were just talking about a young player, and that's the cool thing about baseball. Like I can interview a really, really young player and then interview somebody that's like a retired player or someone that's like an executive. And it depends where the conversation goes. And we can talk about, them being in the game where we can actually cover and sit down and watch a game. So those are the different types of things that I kind of want to explore and kind of just see what is a fit and kind of see where we're going to go with this and where the need is for more baseball. Like what's something that we can bring in. But yeah, you're going to be on there. I hear a lot of rants from our family, but again, we're always together.
That's nothing new for this channel. Trust me, it's the perfect fit because that's nothing new from this channel.
So my family is very tight. We're super close, and again, it's family and baseball. Like there's nothing else other than that. Golf, which we play, but we don't really watch as much as we probably should.
Yeah,
we play so much, but it's baseball, and that's where we're at. And again, I think that the more you can, kind of bring to the table, the more that I think baseball lovers can be there. And that's something I think Major League Baseball is missing completely, is that they're trying to market to someone that's not baseball. So they should be marketing.
Correct.
They should be marketing to me, to Chef, to Pete.
Yep.
Baseball lovers. Okay. Yeah. That's you guys. They should be tuning into you guys. Like, there's 40 people right now watching Caribbean baseball on a stream being talked about while watching a game, listening to baseball people.
Yep.
That's what they should be.
And at one point, I think the highest we had, it says, was 375.
But that's amazing though. But those are they should not be subscribing to my wife. Like,
right.
Like MLB tonight, like they want to do a baseball game and they're thinking about how do I get Sarah Guillen to watch the game? Sarah Guillen's not going to watch the game.
Right.
Sarah Guillen, turns down going to dinner with, Hall of Famers.
Like, my fiance, she's not going to watch the ball game.
Correct. Like she's not but again, that's not who they're trying. But Major League Baseball wants to get Sarah Guillen. And it's like, yeah, she'll go to a game. Okay. But she's not going to be the diehard.
Right. She's not going to be tuning in to watch a stream because we don't have baseball right now.
And even the game itself. So I think that's where Major League Baseball is missing. So if my game is 3.5 hours, like when I get up there tonight and we'll talk about it in the morning, she's going to be like, you're nuts. You stayed on a did the game.
Yep. I get that myself.
You know what I mean? But it's but they don't get it. That's the part where, I've enjoyed this just as much as I did when I broadcasted MLB.
Yeah, that's right. No, this is awesome. It's awesome, man. It's funny because when I went to, so here's a funny story too. I went to this dinner, right? The gala. And NYY News been around for a little while. So I'm thinking, maybe some of these guys have an idea of who I am and all that fun stuff. But come to find out, Anthony Volpe, who's Yankees' #1 prospect, his father's a big fan of the show. I find out after I'm there. He messages me and goes, hey, I didn't know you were there. You've been watching the show for months. I love the rants. I love everything you do. I wish I knew you were there. The Yankees minor league single A manager loves the show. Messages me, oh, Pete, I didn't know you were there. I saw your videos. I didn't know you were there. I wish I saw you. But it's just like, we live this. This is our life. I talked about it the day I did your guys' show. Because people don't know behind the scenes, this came together very quickly. We had an idea that maybe, but it came together very quickly where I was like, okay, I got to make templates. I got to make intros. Guys, I worked from...
He did make it pretty quick. I'm not going to lie.
It was
when I brought it up to on our side, they're like, and then I was like, okay, guys, it's ready. They're like, wait, what? Okay.
It was like 8 a.m. to like 1:30 that night. I said, all right, I'm just going to get everything done. But it wasn't even work. It's not even work when you do things you love and when you do baseball. Like this for us, however long we went, the wild card game, if you guys remember, we went 5+ hours. I'm like, damn, we did 5 hours. That was felt quick. It doesn't feel like we're doing something special here. We're just doing what we love.
And absolutely. And that's when, again, like when I got back into, so my career is actually starts up. Most people think that I went to school for like journalism and whatnot. I didn't.
All right.
I actually worked in nightclubs and ran nightclubs and whatnot. And actually, in 2004,
must have been some wild places.
That was amazing nights. I said Big Poppy's one of the best tippers and he was a very good customer every time he came through town. He was very good. I got to talk about some stories on that, but he's a great guy when it came to that. But actually, I was with Giambi the night I met my wife.
Oh man, that must have been fun.
It was a good time. Jace, he's a great guy. And these are the types of funny stories that, again, they've been part of my life. But going to the broadcasting thing, I wanted to be a sports management. Like I wanted to be like an agent type of more front office. And 2004, a buddy of mine had me on what's like an ESPN affiliate to Chicago. And we were talking sports, and it was like an opening day for the Cubs. And I was just like talking nonsense. And at the time, Mitch Rosen, who ran 670 The Score, heard me and was like, and he had seen me at the ballpark, and he was like, "Hey, would you like to be on the air?" And I'm like,
shout out to him, by the way, too. He like shares all of our stuff, so I appreciate that.
Awesome. And he, and he had me on. And he was like, I think that you should do a show, like be with the guys here. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You should do a baseball show." And I'm like, I have no idea what that means. So I started doing a show. And it grew, and it was like originally we did it in Spanish and then like in Spanglish. But he was like the first guy. This is like 2004, first Spanish show on an American station. It was like Sunday nights, which was awesome because I would go out afterwards. But it was like Sunday nights, 10 o'clock, 10 or 11. It was baseball, Chicago, and it was awesome. And I did it from there. And then from there, I interned for the White Sox, and they wanted to enter into the Latino market. And I said, "You guys need to do the broadcast." "What do you mean?" I was like, "When I was growing up, my mom used to listen to the White Sox games in the Spanish version. Just like I learned, I used to listen to Hawk. My mom would listen in the car. Everything was the Spanish version. At the time was Chico Carrasco. Mm-hmm. So it's funny because the play-by-play guy ended up being the same guy that they had back then. Molina.
Leadoff single for Mexico. Bottom ninth.
So the guy that I followed was in the broadcast with this Chico Carrasco, a little bit different baseball careers, but he's pretty good. But I broadcasted the games, and then I did, NBA and did other sports, but I did baseball for like 5 years. My life completely changed. I got into scouting, went down to Miami with Ozzy. When Ozzy left the White Sox, it was like everyone was out. So I stopped broadcasting, even though it was like a Spanish show. And then I tried to get into like the front office type work because I wanted to see if I was going to like it and be at it. Went to scout school, did all that. And when Ozzy got out of the game of baseball, I was already working, and it was like, I never thought that I was going to be affected directly by Ozzy being let go, but it was like Ozzy's out and like everyone that has our last name. And at the time I was like early in my career that I was like, I couldn't sit around and be like, do this and do that. And I said, you know what? And it was a big lesson to learn. Cause I was like, man, if Ozzy Guillen can't get a job. And it was funny because we went through the whole wave. We went to the wave of like, oh my God, you guys are so smart in baseball. This is so cool, to like, no one is replying to you because you're not cool anymore.
Right.
So I said, baseball's like politics, man. If Pete's president and I'm in Pete's party, I got a job. But when Pete drops down, we're out. So it's like,
out, yeah. Wow.
So I said, you know what? This is nuts. I was like, this is crazy. So, I started my career in like business and in tech and did all that, and which I still do. But then there was a part of me while I was doing that I was like, I really missed something. That I was like, what's missing? Like, I was like, I was following baseball, but I didn't really write a lot on Twitter. And I was like, you know what? I started like, remember I did like one video on YouTube, and then I was just like, I don't know if I could do this on my own. And then I just started getting on people's podcasts. So yeah, I would tweet a lot, and people were like, oh, you want to jump on our podcast and talk baseball? And I was like, cool. And that's how I got on. And that's how I ended up, I would do that a lot. Like, I think like most places that I was on, they probably could have called me a regular, but I probably was that guy that, man, Mexico's going crazy.
I know they laid the bunt down.
I don't like this. I don't know if I like this move. So they got to hit it to right. They got to hit it to right field, man. That right fielder's having issues.
And they got an 0-2 count here too.
So basically,
2 away, man on third.
They got it. This is it. So basically, they needed to. I realized that I really enjoyed it, and that's when I started doing La Vida Baseball Live. Like, they had me to do it, every day for a while, and then that's where Ozzy, the Being Guillen show, originally came from. But it was like we always wanted to do something together. But now we really enjoy. Like, it's like therapy because we're so involved with the game that it's the best way to stay in. So,
well, you can see the love. I mean, the love is definitely there. That's obvious. That's obvious. It's almost like watching just fans of the game.
That's all she wrote.
That's really it.
It's funny because when they came off the mound, I think the first baseman thought the game was over.
Yeah, it looked like he did. Oh,
He
Guzman.
did.
Guzman's
Yeah.
he's a weird prospect, man. I thought Guzman was going to be a monster for Texas, and he's never panned out yet.
Texas usually does that with players. Everyone thinks they're going to be a monster. He looks like a typical Texas player, really big guy.
Yeah.
So
Big
look at him.
bopping first baseman, pretty good defensive glove too. Could hit some homers, but never really panned out yet. But yeah, look at this. Everybody's on their feet in DR. You got some of the sombreros still on, but I don't know. Those might be going home.
So basically, 9 hits, 3-2. Like, you cannot ask for a better game than this.
Nah, man, it was a good one so far. But we're still, Mexico still
By
got
the
a
way,
pulse.
Esteban Quiroz, man, he's two hits and 4 at bats.
Yeah, this is the guy, right? This is the little Altuve.
This is the guy. This is
the little Altuve we thought he was.
The little Altuve.
The little lefty Altuve. Somebody made me laugh. Let's see this pitch here. 2-2. They were talking about the Yankee prospects, right? And they go, Pete, would you be happy if Volpe is Altuve? I said, are you nuts? Of course. Are you kidding me? If he ever becomes Altuve, that's an amazing deal for the Yankees.
Yeah, he's a Tampa guy.
Let's see, 2-2. This could be it. DR could be up. You see the flags everywhere. They're happy. Got the horse as the mascot. Gotta love it. 2-2. Got him. Ball game over. DR takes it.
That's it. DR wins.
That is the ball game, everybody. DR wraps it up. Wow, in the first game, I'm pretty. So, guys, I mean, if you enjoyed this, I'm pretty sure, as long as Ozzy wants to do it, we'll definitely do another one.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll just plan it out. Working out. We'll let you guys know with enough time
and then take it from there. But DR takes game one. A good game. Good ball game to watch.
Great game. Great
ball game to watch. Good job. Good job, DR. Hard-fought game for Mexico. Almost held on there for a while. Starting pitcher was terrific.
Correct. And again, I think that when we talked about guys taking the lead back and forth, I think that the team, they gave up the lead twice. DR did not want it to happen a third time, but they kept it together. And I think that the defense was the key. The team that played better defense ended up winning the game. But again, we didn't see the big power home run. No. We saw guys moving the play. And again, little things, runner making the mistake at second base on the ground ball. If he goes to third, that's first and third, 1 out, not first.
Yeah, and player of the game got to be Robbie Cano. And if you think about it, hey, look at that first inning. Look at that first inning. That RBI ground out paid off.
With 1 run, Robbie Cano ground ball to second base by one of the most exciting ground balls to second base the DR seen in a while, because they definitely got them the victory. So, again, great game tomorrow. Like we said, it's going to be another showdown between teams that basically are all in it to this point. So tomorrow is going to be 9 a.m. is the earliest game, and we got Panama versus Colombia. Okay, that game's going to be
Panama walked off of Puerto Rico, right? They defeated Puerto Rico today.
So they walked off Puerto Rico. So that game has got 2 winners. Okay, and then you got 2 losers actually at 2:00. 2 very good teams. Venezuela got shocked today by Colombia. You got Mexico going at 2. So Venezuela could easily be 2-0.
That could be a good one.
Mexican team. That's probably going to be a really good one. And then we got Puerto Rico facing Dominican Republic again. 1 winner, 1 loser. But again, the DR, the heavy favorite. Puerto Rico looking to get back with a win on the board. And then again, Dominican Republic, again, we don't know how good Panama is going to come out, but they got Sunday against Panama and then Venezuela. So tomorrow's going to be a big dictating game of what can be done moving forward for these teams. So the standings are right now are 3 teams with L's and 3 teams with W's.
Nice. Good little first day too of baseball. So guys, again, if you are not subscribed, you guys know, go check out that link in the chat section real quick. Go make sure you follow Ozzy's YouTube. And, of course, remember, Guillen's World Tuesdays at 7 p.m. And guess what, guys? Tune in because you got to hear the Manscaped stories. So it's going to be awesome. That will be this Tuesday. Everybody's is going to be fun. It's going to be interesting to hear what everybody got to say. But,
Guillen's World, baby. It's
thank
going to
you.
be awesome. 7 p.m. Don't miss it.
7 p.m. Tuesday, guys. Do not miss it. So with that being said, thank you to the however many people that came through here and checked us out. We appreciate you, and we will see you next time. Follow us too, by the way. You got it right there. Follow us on Twitter so you can see next time we do this, and you'll know ahead of time. So at Simonetti Source, at what is yours again? I can't really read it from right here. Ogian Jr. Ogian Jr. At Ogian Jr., which I got it on the screen. Everybody can see that. At NyynewsTV and at Simonetti Source. Follow all three of us that you see there to the left. Instagram, mine is NyynewsPete. Ozzy, what's your guys? I know you got Guillen's World on Instagram.
Yeah, just Instagram, just the Guillens, just put it there.
The Guillens, and you guys will see everything there. So with that being said, guys, have a wonderful night, and we will see you next time.
Before it hits the front page, NyynewsTV.